All right, good afternoon and welcome to the regular meeting of council for Monday, August 9th, 2021. We're going to start with O Canada, followed by a land acknowledgement, which will be done by Deputy Mayor Cisco will be doing the land acknowledgement. So turn it over. All right, good afternoon and welcome to the regular meeting of council for Monday, August 9th, 2021.
Our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Carton bras et porter le paix, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Cisco, land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We begin our meeting today by taking time to acknowledge that the land on which we live and gather is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. Over the last several months, we as a community have tried to come to grips with the genocide that was perpetrated on the peoples that are Indigenous to Canada by our federal government. While these lands are covered by multiple treaties between the Crown and those nations, those treaties have long been violated, if not completely ignored. These territories where we live and work are covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. This was a treaty originally agreed to by the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Mississauga peoples, and European settlers were brought into the agreement through the Treaty of Niagara. The purpose of the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement is to ensure we all recognize the fact that we all have a responsibility to ensure the Dish, the territories on which we live and work, is never emptied, and that we take care of the land and its inhabitants in a way that ensures its future sustainability.
Thank you for that, Councillor Cisco. So we will be moving the land acknowledgement around, so councillors are able to put their own words to the land acknowledgement. What we've learned from our education through the equity and inclusion, which this is for the public, which we all went through as a council, is that the land acknowledgement should come from your own personal words and how you feel and your thinking towards sort of the Indigenous experience, what's happened in Canada. And so Councillor Cisco, that was his, those were his words that he has chosen. So I encourage as council, the door is open for council to participate in the land acknowledgement. You'll be asked to put it in your words with the help of our staff as well, because it is important that we make sure that the land acknowledgement is something that is meaningful for everyone. And thank you, Councillor Cisco, for taking the time to make those words your own. I'm going to move the mayor's report until after the in-camera, because we do want to get to the in-camera, as that's the reason for the 5 o'clock start. We're going to go through the adoption of the agendas. The clerk has a number of items that have been added to the sugar sink. She's going to go through that, and then we're going to do a motion to approve the agenda. To the clerk.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The following items have been placed in Council's sugar sink folder this evening. Confidential memo, excuse me, from the Deputy Clerk regarding a vacancy appointment to anti-racism, to equity and inclusion, and to the LGBTQ2+ Advisory Committee. A confidential memo also from the Deputy Clerk regarding a vacancy appointment to the Older Adult Advisory Committee. You've received correspondence from Mr. Bernie Slepkov regarding leaf blowers to clean downtown sidewalks, correspondence from Bev Hendry regarding aquatic strategy, correspondence from St. Catharines Transit Commission regarding revised government strategy response, correspondence from Turkovich regarding General Committee Agenda Item 3.3, Aquatics Facility Strategy, and a memorandum from the Director of Engineering, Facilities, and Environmental Services, Slow Down Please Lawn Sign Campaign Partnership with CAA. The following amendments this evening in camera agenda, the property matter you're going to talk about, disposal 320 Geneva Street, Realty File 20056, in addition to the reason for going in camera noted on the general agenda. As part of this evening's discussion will be item K, a position plan procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or and on behalf of the municipality or local board. General Committee Agenda Item 3.5, Rodman Hall Arts Center Outdoor Relocation will be discussed after General Committee Item 3.2. And that's this evening's changes and amendments to the agenda. Thank you.
Any other changes to the agenda from council? Okay, seeing none, a mover and a seconder, Councillor Garcia, seconded by Councillor Cisco. And all in favor, show of hands. The agenda is carried. Any conflicts of interest? Councillor Porter?
Yes, I have a conflict of interest on the in-camera item related to my employer, Gateway Residential and Community Support Services.
Any other conflicts of interest tonight? Councillor Miller?
Yeah, I got a conflict on 3.4 because my employer's the YMCA of Niagara.
Okay, so duly noted. And no more conflicts that are being mentioned. Adoption of the minutes. We have that the council adopt the minutes of meeting of council held on Monday, July 12th, and the general committee meeting held on the same day. And can I have a motion for this? Councillor Kushner, Councillor Harris, any changes to the minutes? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Okay, now we go to general committee. I'll turn it over to the clerk for the reports on consent items, because a couple have been pulled for endorsement to be kept on consent, but were pulled for endorsement to the city clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. This evening's consent agenda is item 2.1, Planning and Building Services. Planning Services, a request to authorize application for minor variance, 85 Scott Street. 2.2, Legal and Clerk Services, Office of the City Clerk, in-person and hybrid council meetings. Item 2.3, Legal and Clerk Services, Office of the City Clerk, Council Correspondence. Save and accept item 2.3. Sub-item 1, resolution from Niagara Region regarding 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, and sub-item number 5, resolution from City of Woodstock regarding affordable housing, homelessness, and addictions crisis. And this was added by Councillor Littleton. And that's this evening's consent agenda.
Hey, Councillor Littleton, quickly, if you want to speak to either consent, the ones that you pulled for endorsement.
I only wanted to mention that what I'm asking with the Niagara Region's gender-based violence, excuse me, that we fly a flag during the same time. So I'm asking for council to not only endorse it, but to instruct that we also fly the flag at the same time.
Okay, regional council has made that decision as well on behalf of the region. So if there's no concerns with council, then we're endorsing these and leaving them on consent. Okay, all right, turn it over to the clerk for a vote. Thank you, Councillor Littleton.
Thank you. Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips. Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips, are you in the room? Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, I'm going to look to the clerk as we are going in camera. And it's for a property matter, disposal of 320 Geneva Street, Realty File 20056, in pursuant to the Municipal Act, Section 2392C, the proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, and 2392K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried out on or behalf of the municipality or local board. So that's what we'll be going in camera for. I need a mover and a seconder to go in camera. We got Councillor Cisco, Councillor Littleton, and I'll turn it over to the clerk to read the disclaimer before the vote.
Thank you. By attending the in-camera session, each member of council acknowledges that their obligations under the Code of Conduct, including responsibilities related to the confidentiality of closed session materials and discussions, remain the same as if they were physically present at the meeting. This includes that members of council are not permitted to record the proceedings and that they must ensure that no other person can see or hear any of the confidential deliberations taking place this evening. Thank you.
Okay, motion to go in camera is voted on. Show of hands. Everyone's got their hands up. And let's go. So follow the link. I think Evan's going to send us over there now. back, folks. I think we're back on. I'll let Evan give me the thumbs up, or Bonnie, whomever.
Back. Yep.
Okay, Evan, do you have a motion, generic motion that could be put on the screen? Okay, staff proceed as directed in camera session. Moved by Councillor Harris, got your hand up?
I was just gonna say, I wanted to second it, moved by Townsend, I think.
Okay, moved by Townsend, second by Councillor Harris. I'll look to the clerk. Show of hands, fine.
Do you want show of hands, or do you want that? I think we should call the roll on this.
Okay, let's call the roll. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento. Councillor Sorrento,
Councillor Sorrento?
No, sorry, I had to unmute.
did you say no, Councillor Sorrento? I didn't hear
I
you.
did. No,
Okay. Councillor Cisco,
Yes.
Councillor Porter,
Can't vote.
sorry. Councillor Phillips,
yes,
Councillor Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Littleton,
Yes,
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
and Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Mayor Sendzik,
Yes.
and that's carried.
Okay, so if you want to just get a quick refresh, I'm just going to do a quick mayor's report since I moved it from the top of the agenda so he can get through there. I just want to say congratulations to all of the Olympians and all the Olympians who participated in the Tokyo Olympics from Canada. We did an outstanding job, and I just want to give a special shout out to Kristen Kitt, the women's 8 Coxie, Canada's first gold medal since 1992. And Kristen started her journey right here in St. Catharines at Henley Island. And so as we build up to the 2024 World Rowing Championships, what an outstanding achievement the women's 8 had on the waters in Tokyo, looking forward to the 2024s. And Muhammad Ahmed winning the first ever medal for Canada in a 5,000 meter race, coming in, getting a silver. Again, a person who calls St. Catharines their hometown, has went to the collegiate Niagara Olympic Club and ran so many different trails in here in our community. We're both proud of all those. We're proud of both those individuals for their great achievements, and we're just such an amazing opportunity to be able to cheer on local people in our community and all the athletes, including the women's soccer gold. What a match. Everybody in Canada is, I think, we're on their seats, edge of their seats as they watch that game. So just a congratulations to everyone in it. It does bring up the Canada Games 2022 that's happening next year. Andre DeGrasse, he was in Sherbrooke for the Canada Games. You look at almost every athlete that participated in the Canada and the Olympics came out of the Canada Games program, where they participated at a younger age on the national stage. And so next year at this time, we are going to have the Canada Games here in Niagara. They are looking for volunteers. So if you know anybody, when I was out in Red Deer for the Winter Games, I think they talked about having 1,500, just 1,500 volunteers, just volunteers. So it's a lot of volunteers that are going to go into making next year's event a huge success. So if you've got time, check out the Canada Games website for Niagara 2022, and you'll see all the opportunities. It's going to be a fantastic summer in 2022. As well, I just want to say quick congratulations to the Niagara Athletics lacrosse team. They won the Junior A lacrosse championships, and the Athletics took home the Iroquois Cup for the first time since 2003, one of the most difficult cups to win. And they did it by beating, I believe it was Brampton, 14-13. And it was an amazing opportunity, amazing win. This year, we were supposed to host the Minto Cup in 2021 here in St. Catharines. Hopefully next year we'll get the Minto Cup because it was delayed because of COVID. But it was great to see the Junior A's winning the lacrosse championship. In terms of getting a couple other things, Premier Bill Davis, just want to, on behalf of the City of St. Catharines, we'll be lowering the flags and sharing our condolences on to the family, friends, and colleagues of the Honorable William Davis, former Premier of Ontario, Premier for 13 years. Premier Davis was well known for his dignity and class leading our province, and he is known as Mr. Premier for many, many years. He was a true gentleman, a statesman. The accolades are pouring in, and just if we look at a lot of the things that we see in our community today in Ontario, Premier Davis had his fingerprints all over it, and so that's why you'll see the flags at half mast as well. Bill Heelis, a longtime lawyer in our community, called to the bar in 1974. He passed away suddenly in our community. He was going to be doing the Big Move cancer ride in September, and shocking in the notation of the loss. Big supporter of the United Way, campaign cabinet chair for a number of years. Just a big community booster, and he's going to be missed in our community. Well known throughout the downtown, involved in the downtown in a lot of different initiatives as well. So our thoughts are with the Heelis family during this very difficult time. Also want to say that the St. Catharines MP Chris Biddle made an announcement this morning at Bogart Park, and it was for additional funding. And so it was over $250,000 from federal funding, where the province is going to make an announcement as well for Bogart Park to upgrade the tennis courts and the playground, to take the tennis courts and turn them into a multi-use court to accommodate tennis, basketball, and pickleball. The playground will be moved and renovated to a new location where it's accessible for everybody. And this will be combined with the splash pad and the sun shelters that's there right now. And a young person in our community, Matea, she wrote a letter a year ago talking about the state of Bogart Park. And I know Councillor Phillips and Councillor Dodge have been working to upgrade that park a lot over the last number of years. She took the time to send a letter about how important parks were. And so she was there today as part of the announcement with MP Biddle. And it shows you that, you know, our youth are paying attention to the state of our parks. And so we got to continue to invest in our parks. And today's announcement in total will be about $416,000 invested into Bogart Park, making it truly a complete park in our community. So I want to thank our federal partners and our provincial partners as well in investing in St. Catharines. I also want to welcome our newest member to City Hall, the new Chief Building Official and Senior Manager of Planning, Building and Development Services, John Lane. John joins us from the City of Hamilton with over 32 years of experience in building services and property standards, as well as teaching at Mohawk College. I want to thank everyone for their patience while the Planning and Building Department has gone through some staff changes recently. And now with John on the team, I'm confident that the building services and permit delays that we've experienced in the last little while will be addressed. John has a tremendous amount of experience that he's bringing to this portfolio, and we're looking forward to seeing his work as the CBO in our community. I'm now going to turn it over to the CAO. He has a couple of quick updates around the Welland House fire, AMO, and COVID updates and return to work, including council meeting in person in September. I'll turn it over to CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I started, I didn't realize the news about Bill Heelis, so I know his family very well, so my condolences.
Sorry about that.
In terms of the Welland House updates, we currently have the Ontario Fire Marshal is still doing the investigation on the cause of the fire, so we're still waiting on that. With relation to the site itself and the demolition, the owner has submitted for a demolition permit that came into staff last week. Their architect is spearheading the coordination of all of that work, which includes all of the comments for heritage requirements of the site and managing all of the attributes that they need to be able to try to save. In addition, there are some specifics as the demolition will take more time once they mobilize and they have the approvals. There's some continued discussions happening in terms of the site plan itself regarding the fencing and different things. So all of those aspects are being discussed right now through that process. In terms of the update, we don't have a COVID report. Things haven't changed significantly since the last council meeting. However, what has changed is we have 3 weeks of being in step 3. I do have to give a shout out to our entire staff throughout the parks, throughout the arenas, the facilities, all of our buildings. We've been able to bring things online, and activity is back to essentially 100%, if not higher. When we factor in the last year and a half, we had very minimal community use of our sport fields. We had very minimal community use of our facilities. All of that pent up demand is really, you're starting to see it, and our teams are doing an amazing job managing through that demand. We are working with the NHS. They announced last week that they're going to be no longer needing Rink 1 at Seymour Hanna. So our staff right now are working with them, and there's going to be a period of time once the clinic itself has been ended. There's probably a week and a half of time that the NHS needs to basically decommission and get all of their equipment out of the facility. At that time, then our group will go in and start the process to bring ice back on rinks 1 and 4. So that'll be happening. That'll be starting end of August into September. So we're tracking well on that. And again, we're working with our user groups to work through that process. We also have, we've seen a lot of interest and success at the River Lions event. We have at the Meridian Center, we do have the ability to have up to 1,000 spectators in the building. ASM's done a great job in partnership with the team to put on some great events over the last 3 weeks to highlight what our community has to offer. And as we move forward, we're really excited to be able to have the OHL season start with the Ice Dogs, and the Performing Arts Center is looking at introducing some additional type of venues outdoor and bringing people into the Performing Arts Center in through the fall. So a lot of work happening, a lot of discussion over the last several months to get us to this point. So our team is very excited. We have on the agenda tonight the discussion of bringing council back to in-camera meetings in September. So we are moving that forward. There are still significant restrictions that we have to adhere to, but the intent is to provide all council the opportunity to have in-person opportunity to have council at City Hall in the council chamber in the September council meetings. That will also have a hybrid, so residents will be able to participate, not in person necessarily in the council chambers, but we're working through the logistics to allow that to happen. So another exciting development as we slowly get to a bit of normalcy. The same holds true for our staff team as we continue to move through step 3, and as we continue to get questions from all of our staff. As you know, fire and all our municipal works and a majority of our recreation programming staff have been in on-site working since the beginning of the pandemic. Now that we are getting into step 3 and introducing more uses, the older adults, City Hall, we are having more staff coming into their offices, and we're actually working right now, our senior leadership team, on a plan to introduce a sort of a permanent solution for our staff to address both what we learned in COVID in terms of being able to work remotely, but more importantly, the flexibility that it allows us to have as a team, working both in office, in site, as well as the opportunity to work in other venues. So, Mr. Mayor, that is the majority on the COVID related information. And then my one final point that I wanted to make was with regards to AMO. So as council is aware, AMO is next week. We have been able to secure through the great work of our staff, our government relations team, Melissa Wensler in particular. We do have, I believe, 10 delegation meetings with various ministries throughout the province, which is by far the most we've had as a municipality. We have a very targeted and a very robust plan to try to convey some of the issues that we're seeing. There's a meeting scheduled for the councillors who will be attending AMO to talk through how do we want to give the opportunity to the various councillors to be part of those meetings. So apart from the educational program of AMO, the meeting with the various ministries is something that's important to us as staff, because it allows us to get in front of the various ministries and really highlight some of the issues that we're facing or the opportunities that are presenting themselves to the community. So I will leave it at that. Mr. Mayor, turn it back over to you.
Okay, Councillor Garcia, you got a quick question?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, just a quick comment. You mentioned that we have hired a very qualified chief building official. And I would ask Director Christie if he could also share with the public that we have finally hired a cultural services supervisor, a critical position that has been vacant for a long, long time.
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, today marks actually the first official day at work for Rizvi Nouri. She is our new culture supervisor. She will be taking residence up at the museum, and shortly we'll be moving her team and their offices here to the courthouse, the old courthouse here, adjacent to City Hall. We welcome Nura with open arms, obviously, and I wish and I hope that council welcomes her as well. I also want to take the opportunity to thank Kathleen Powell for taking on the additional responsibilities of being the acting supervisor for culture for the last 2+ years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia, and thank you, Director Christie. Kathleen Powell has done an outstanding job, so please pass on thanks to.
Yes, he certainly has.
Yeah, well done. Okay, we're going to head into presentations. We got a couple of presentations ahead of us. Council, I'm just going to read the declaration to all presenters. Council chambers in all municipalities in our country represent the seed of local democracy. The many acts that govern us understand the necessity of the collective voice when discussions are being made to grow our spaces, pass our bylaws, and seek opinions into very complex issues. We recognize the right of the majority to decide, the minority to be heard, and the public to have an opportunity to participate, and all participants to be treated with courtesy and respect. It is imperative that elected officials, citizens, and staff have input, and it is paramount that we listen to one another, question one another, but that we understand we do this in a way that never undermines any person's ability or their dignity in council chambers. So we now resolve into general committee and discussion agenda number 1, Office of the CAO and the Niagara Transit Governance revised strategies reflecting phase 1 municipal feedback. We will have a presentation by Mr. Matt Robinson, Director, Go Implementation Niagara Region, Scott Fraser, Transportation Lead and Go Implementation Niagara Region, and Heather Talbot, Finance and Special Projects Consultation Consultant, Niagara Region. And preceding that, do you want to open it with any remarks to the CAO, or we're going to go right into the presentation? I believe right into the presentation.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we'll just go right to the presentation.
All right, over to you, Mr. Robinson. You're no stranger to council. You've been here a number of times, and we'll turn it over to you for your presentation.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right. Okay, so sorry, looking for, I guess I will have Evan move me forward as things proceed. Okay, well, good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council, and thank you for the opportunity to be here again to discuss the latest progress we've made on transit governance. I'm pleased to be here on behalf of the Linking Niagara Transit Committee and the area CAO Governance Steering Committee. The purpose of tonight's presentation is to continue our discussion and consultation with Council regarding the future of transit in Niagara and take another step forward toward an integrated, consolidated transit system. With me here tonight are Heather Talbot and Scott Fraser from our project team, familiar faces from our last consultation. I also wanted to recognize Mayor Senzik and Councillors Cisco and Miller, who are members of the Linking Niagara Transit Committee, and Regional Councillors Bellows, Dart, Edgar, Height, Yip, and Rigby for their roles on Regional Public Works at Council. Additionally, I'd be remiss not to recognize the hard work of your city staff, in particular, Mr. Dave Oakes, who since succeeding Ms. Chemnitz has been a very active participant in the CAO Governance Steering Committee, guiding this work. Next slide. So tonight is an update on the progress that has been made since we were before Council earlier this year. At that time, we presented the results of the Niagara Transit Governance Study, as well as an associated financial model, and received feedback from every municipality. In particular, we heard that for many municipalities, the previously proposed financial model did not work. There was a need for more direct representation on the board and the need to provide additional detail regarding future service levels. What we want to demonstrate tonight is that we listened. We heard you. We want to get this proposal right. We took the feedback and under the leadership of the 13 CAOs, have developed a series of revised strategies we hope meet your expectations. Tonight is a chance to review these revised models and for you to provide any additional feedback to the CAOs and the project team. To be clear, tonight is a second round of consultation and an opportunity for further discussion. Tonight does not represent the triple majority vote to move forward with consolidation. That is anticipated to come later this year after this round of consultation and reflect any additional feedback. Next slide, please. When we were here last, you told us the financial strategy, board composition, and service standards needed to be more closely examined. We also had a fulsome contribution from your Transit Commission. Council also requested that the steering committee be expanded to provide a wider range of perspectives and that the public be consulted in advance of the future triple majority vote. Most of this feedback was very consistent with what we heard from your peers. And as such, the three common themes of finance, board composition, and service standards emerged during the first phase of consultation, and this is where the CAOs have focused their efforts to revise the proposal. Next slide, please. To address the feedback received from St. Catharines, the existing smaller CAO working group was expanded and reformed as the CAO Transit Governance Steering Committee. The Governance Steering Committee included all 13 CAOs from across Niagara, including both Ms. Chemnitz and Mr. Oakes, and was supported by senior staff from municipalities across the region, such as the area treasurers, communications professionals, and transit general managers. Its mandate was to review all of the feedback received and revise the financial, governance, and service models to reflect what we heard. It's the output of this process, which was reached by consensus among the CAOs, that we're here to share with you tonight. It represents a best reflection of all interests, accommodating as much of the feedback as we possibly could to arrive at revised strategies. You also have a staff report before you, and we certainly appreciate the recommendations and insights that Mr. Oakes and his team have provided. Next slide. Last time, we clearly heard the financial strategy did not work for all municipalities. As a result, we went back to first principles and examined a wide range of alternatives. In fact, 11 alternatives were considered and analyzed. The core objective was to ensure we address this key point of municipal feedback. In particular, we needed to ensure that municipalities were paying for the services they received, given differing levels of service already existed in many municipalities. The new financial strategy, based directly on municipal feedback, now uses 12 special levy tax rates, one for each municipality, linked directly to service hours you receive. St. Catharines residents paying for St. Catharines growth now on their regional levy. This service-based principle means that residents will pay for the service they receive both now and as growth happens in the future. Under the new model, your regional special levy pays for service in your community. The financial strategy also incorporates a number of additional features, such as the establishment of a capital reserve to ensure that the future needs of the commission are met and the capital investments are there to enable expansion and growth, another aspect raised by council. Next slide, please. So what does this mean for St. Catharines specifically? Today in St. Catharines, residents contribute a combined $17.3 million towards transit. This is a combination of $4.2 million in costs on their regional tax levy with $13.1 million in local transit costs. This supports the services delivered by the St. Catharines Transit Commission, as well as the intermunicipal routes provided through Niagara Region Transit and Niagara Specialized Transit. Under the revised financial model, on opening day of the integrated system in 2023, the operating cost to St. Catharines residents would remain stable. All transit costs would transition to the regional levy as part of the 12 special levy model, and the city's local municipal budget would no longer include the current $17.3 million local transit costs. In 2025, as the first phase of service improvements are implemented, the hours of operation in St. Catharines are proposed to expand, resulting in an additional 2 hours of Sunday service and an additional 6 hours of holiday service. The cost for that service will be directly tied to the service hours provided, in keeping with the overall principle of the updated financial strategy, your residents paying for services they receive. Next slide, please. The second area of feedback we heard was related to the composition of the commission board. In particular, we heard from many that either additional or more frequent representation on the board was a priority. The revised composition arrived at by the CAO Governance Steering Committee is a transitional board be established for the first 3 years. comprised of 15 elected representatives from across Niagara, at least one dedicated representative for each municipality. Reflecting this council's feedback, the share of dedicated representation for St. Catharines has increased from 1 of 9 total representatives under the previous model to 3 of 15 under the updated model. The transitional board, now made up of regional and/or local councillors, was also suggested by St. Catharines, directly reflects what we heard about the need for enhanced elected representation, providing an opportunity for elected officials to guide the establishment of the commission in its initial operation directly in its early years. The commission board would be supported by an advisory board, which would be comprised of 20 public and interested party representatives that would provide non-binding input and advice to the commission board on a quarterly basis. After the first 3 years, an external review of the transitional model would be undertaken to fully examine whether the elected composition of the commission, its size and share of representation is achieving the strategic outcomes of the commission. Next slide, please. The third theme that emerged was the need for additional detail on how service would be maintained and enhanced, especially in the early days of the commission. To provide this detail, a project team led by Mr. Louis at the St. Catharines Commission, many thanks again, Tim, if you're watching, was established to develop a series of service standards. The approach of a series of standards was chosen because as of today, every transit service in Niagara operates a bit differently in terms of hours of operation, service coverage, frequency, and other factors. And establishing a common baseline for the future presents the best method to integrate and standardize the differences. The standards that were developed are intended to act as a guideline to the future commission, indicating the types of enhancements that it might choose to undertake, but allows municipalities the confidence in knowing how service is likely to expand in their communities over the coming years. The rollout of the standards has been grouped into 3 phases. Phase 1 being standardization of operating hours, Phase 2, the combined specialized and on-demand responsive services, and Phase 3 being the network review once the system has optimized. Next slide, please. For St. Catharines, this means that in Phase 1, the hours the service operates would be extending Sunday service by 2 hours and holiday service by 6 hours, such that they now run from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. This increase will align the hours of operation in St. Catharines with the wider transit network, where it will continue to act as the primary connection point for services such as the NRT On Demand in West Niagara. In Phase 2, the Commission will look at the opportunity to harmonize the on-demand and specialized transit services into one combined operation. This will be considered as a way to more efficiently deploy the resources of the Commission, given that these 2 services share a number of similarities. In Phase 3, the Commission would undertake a comprehensive network review to then examine further opportunities to grow and enhance the network, especially as GO Train service arrives. While I don't have any additional specifics to share on that front this evening, what I can say is that our work with Metrolinx, the province and city staff continues very aggressively, and we hope you will have more to say on GO Train expansion here in St. Catharines in the very near future. There will also be an opportunity to further enhance the network through the service reviews that the Commission would undertake on an annual basis, right from the outset. It's here, for example, where the Commission would consider the route extensions and enhancements identified in the St. Catharines Transit Master Plan. Next slide, please. The final topic I'd like to touch on this evening is how the public and our interested transit partners will be involved in the process moving forward, something we know this council saw as a key the last time we were before you. As we complete the summer roadshow in close partnership with our municipalities, we'll be launching a communications and engagement strategy that will include a standalone website and a public survey, providing residents and transit users information on the project and an opportunity to provide input. We will also be undertaking a series of information workshops with community partners, such as businesses, downtown associations, seniors groups, our post-secondary partners, as well as other groups whose mandate involves and relies on transit, such as health services. We've been working very closely with your city staff, who are playing a leadership role in developing the plan for public engagement and its rollout over the course of the fall via the city's engagement platform. Next slide, please. So what comes next? We've committed to continue listening, addressing, and integrating your feedback to create a proposal that can be successful, ensuring council has all the information you need to to make an informed decision when the time arises later this fall. We hope that the revised strategies that we've presented tonight, the financial model, the service standards, and board composition, have addressed the feedback and concerns this council identified during the first round of consultation. What we're asking for tonight is any additional feedback that you may have on the revised strategies. From here, we'll be incorporating this feedback in the final stages that form the consideration vote later this fall. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate council's time tonight, and we look forward to any questions. I may defer some of those over to Mr. Fraser and or Ms. Talbot, and perhaps even your CAO, Mr. Oakes, as we proceed forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson, and thank you for all the work that you have put into this as well. You've taken a very strong leadership position on this. Prior to the council discussion, I'm just going to go over to the chair of the LNTC to provide some commentary, and just for Councillor Miller and Councillor and myself and Councillor Cisco are on the LNTC, and Councillor Cisco is the chair. So I'm just going to pass it over to him for just a few comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to start off by thanking Mr. Robinson for a very thorough presentation. As we've seen, and Mr. Mayor, you and Councillor Miller know, the model that's come forward and council has seen is very different from the original model in a number of different ways. And I think that the most important thing is the concept of user pay. And I think the area CAOs with regional staff coming forward with the user pay model, I think it means that decisions that are going to be made in the future will be made with the best interests of the individual communities in mind, because those communities will be paying, their taxpayers will be paying for those services. And I think that also feeds into governance. I know from my own perspective, I don't think long-term the transitional board composition is the best way forward. And I was glad to see in reading the correspondence from the Transit Commission, they recognize that as well. I think other models make more sense over the long term, but in the short term, given the large cost which is being uploaded from one level of government to another, ensuring that all municipalities are at the table for this is a good idea. And St. Catharines does still retain the largest number. We would have 3 members on the transitional committee. And while that's not proportional, it is, I think, very representative. And as I said, because of the financial model, the user pay model, St. Catharines decisions are going to be going to be paid for by St. Catharines residents. And so I think we will still retain a great deal of control over those services. So those services wind up being dictated in St. Catharines by St. Catharines. And that's, I think, the biggest positive coming out of this, not just for St. Catharines, but for all of the municipalities, is it really does provide that local control in those individual municipalities about how much transit service they want to be integrated into the network, and that's a positive. I'm looking forward to the public engagement and the feedback. I know in my conversations with residents, many residents are frustrated at the fact that we haven't just gotten this done yet. But I know people are looking forward to this, and there is a large segment, not just of our population in St. Catharines, but of the region that depends on transit, would look forward to and use enhanced transit services throughout the region, and it's a positive. So I want to say thank you to regional staff, Mr. Robinson, and his staff, as well as the area CAOs, for the model that's come forward. While I don't think it's perfect, I think perfect is the enemy of the good. And I think this is an excellent model that can find support, perhaps with some tweaks and some changes. And I know there will be feedback and questions from council tonight. I did want to, before I finish my comments, though, I'd be remiss if I didn't just give a heartfelt thank you to Tim Louie and Graham Morrison at the St. Catharines Transit Commission. They have been absolutely integral from the beginning of this process. Several years ago, they have been involved at every level and every part of the process. They, as a part of the Linking Niagara working group, they have been a part of these discussions. They've been able to provide their expertise. And I've always said, we're very lucky to have what I consider to be the strongest transit commission in Southern Ontario here in St. Catharines. And it's led by those 2 very capable men and others on the Transit Commission staff. And I want to thank them for all the work that they've done throughout this process, which has led us to today in this report. And I will be happy to make the staff recommendation. along with any requests for additional information that council may have.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cisco. Councillor Sorrento, you had your hand up first, and then we'll.
I did. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is to Mr. Robinson, and I'll just say thank you to everyone involved for your dedication to this and the many years that all of you have put in. So my question is this. I know that one of the concerns, Mr. Robinson, that the commission has is the current number of the transitional board being 15. Is there a possibility it could be capped at 9? I've sat on some boards that are that are pretty big. 15, 14, just seems like it's cumbersome and hard to get things done. Can you just comment on that, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Sorrento, perhaps I'll push this to Mr. Fraser to talk a bit about the thought process. And then, I also, as I said at the outset, may defer to Mr. Oakes in terms of where the CAOs were at in terms of considerations and compromise. Mr. Fraser?
Yes, thank you, Matt, and through the mayor. So when we set out on the first round of public consultation, local area unit consultation, we heard feedback from a number of municipalities, both in terms of wanting to see a larger share of representation on the board, such as received from St. Catharines, but also heard from a number of other municipalities that the previously proposed model did not afford them the frequency or share of representation that they were looking to see as part of that model. In particular, many municipalities were looking for their own dedicated permanent seat at the table. When we looked at the breadth of commentary that came back from all municipalities during this discussion, during the first round of consultation, the model that was arrived at by the CEOs was seeking to balance those two objectives. One being the greater share of municipalities or of representation for municipalities with larger transit systems, while also providing that more frequent representation that was sought by some of your peer municipalities as well. I think that those, the feedback that has been both provided by the St. Catharines Transit Commission and their correspondent today, some of the feedback we've heard on our engagement with local area councils to date, as well as what I anticipate will come out of some of the discussion tonight, is going to go back to the CAO working group for a second round. That really is the intent of tonight, is to hear that feedback from everybody and take the next step forward based on what we hear tonight.
Great, thank you. And just one more question, Mr. Mayor, to perhaps through you to Mr. Robinson or any of our staff. I know that there's been a concern about the service levels. Is there any way that the city of St. Catharines, people of St. Catharines can get some kind of a guarantee that our service levels won't be compromised? And I did see in your report that they've increased. Maybe you can just elaborate on that a little bit, just a little bit more, and maybe I don't know if you see like a 7-year guarantee, if you will, for increased service levels.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Sorrento, and we do see that recommendation within the St. Catharines Transit Commission correspondence. One thing that we have noted and don't really touch on within the existing presentation is the municipal transfer agreements that will be established between those with assets and those with service into what that upload, if you will, process looks like and the terms and conditions upon which that occurs. I would imagine, Councillor, that type of request is something that will go back to the area CAO Governance Steering Committee and is something that for those municipalities with service, any discussion related to that would be examined within the individual municipal transfer agreements and is something that we would look to bring back the terms and conditions, high-level terms and conditions of those municipal transfer agreements would be something we would bring back as part of that triple majority process later in the fall for council's consideration to see how the various components and principles of those terms and conditions are actually addressed as we move forward.
Fantastic, fantastic report presentation. I'll definitely be supporting this, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sorrento. Councillor Kushner.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two questions which are financial. And the first question I have is, what will be the cost of a regional transit system versus the collective cost of the individual current?
Okay, that's probably going to go over to Ms. Talbot. And so the question is trying to compare the two systems from a financial modeling perspective. The one system being the regional system, the other one being you got 3 plus the region plus Niagara-on-Lake plus Pelham plus so there's a whole bunch of small ones that also feed into it. So I don't know if you can answer that.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. I did run a comparison with a couple caveats. So currently, most of the large 3 municipalities with large transit operators utilize the provincial gas tax as for their capital replacements. And there's a funding gap from capital replacement needs to the available funding through the provincial gas tax. The gas tax roughly will replace about 60% of your assets. So through the consolidation and establishing a capital reserve, we can actually save the taxpayer $9 million over debt servicing for those same capital replacements. So the 2 comparisons would either be to defer capital replacements under status quo and replace as we have sufficient funds available, so no debt financing. But if you were to establish the same service level replacement schedules, you'd actually save the taxpayer $9 million in debt servicing over 10 years. So there is a net savings. In addition to that, sorry?
Councillor Kushner had a bit of a delay, and it sounded like it was an angry voice of some monster up in Timmins or something. But just if you can say,
that must have been a cat, Mr. Mayor.
Say it again, Councillor. Your question.
Okay, the question is, in terms of operating costs, what would the comparison yield? The operating cost of our facility and the other 2 major facilities versus the cost of the regional transit system.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, could I ask for a clarification on that? Are you looking for just the large 3 or collectively as all 10 municipalities that currently have local transit plus the NRT in addition to that?
Okay, both the comparison with the largest 3 and also a comparison with all the transit systems combined.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the large 3 municipalities are the ones that are actually contain all the capital. So on an operating basis, the net operating costs through inflationary adjustments would be the same as it is through the consolidation effort. The other municipalities actually utilize gas tax within their operating budget to offset their net levy. Through the financial strategy that we are proposing, we're removing that gas tax from an operating budget and moving it to capital replacement, which will actually benefit the large 3 municipalities with capital needs. Again,
okay, thank you. I'm not clear of the comparison between our system now and our system the cost to our taxpayers in St. Catharines under a regional system. For present, we spend 17.3 million, 13.1 is local, 4.2 is the regional levy, and under the unit system, what would be our expenditures? And I find it very difficult. I'm sorry, I find it very difficult when the gas tax is brought in. So I'm asking on the expenditures, what would be the comparison on our expenditures now compared to our expenditures on transit with a unit transit system?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, based on your current transit spend at the local level and applying inflation from 2020 to 2025, the net spend without any expansion would be $19.3 million. So under the proposed consolidation method, which incorporates service standards at a cost of an additional $200,000, the resident taxpayer within St. Catharines will pay $100,000 more, but realize $200,000 more in service enhancements. That's just a straight comparison of the proposed strategy versus going alone on the operating costs.
Okay, aside from service enhancement, because to me that muddies the water, what would be the comparison? Are you saying we would be paying $100,000 less?
With those service enhancements, you would actually be paying $100,000 less than if you went alone and realized those service enhancements on your own.
Okay, and where are these cost savings coming from?
The cost, first, we reallocate the local cost portion through the special levy based on proportion of service hours. Through that proportion of service hours, there's a net benefit to St. Catharines taxpayer slightly, because we know that other residents are actually paying for or utilizing the services within that. And when you allocate the cost based on proportion of service hours, there's that $100,000 reduction. There is an $8 million increase by 2025 on a collective system. So a lot of the additional enhancements are going into other municipalities, but the taxpayer of St. Catharines will not be paying for those.
Okay, if we're gaining, who is being penalized? Who will be paying more?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's actually it's quite equalized. The original general levy approach had a large reduction going to St. Catharines, but through the special levy, we're actually allocating the proportion of costs based on local service hours, and we're keeping the NRT portion, which is our existing portion, on the general levy. And through the we ran 11 different scenarios for options of cost recovery or cost allocation, and this one aligned very closely to what status quo would be. The service enhancement, the efficiencies that will be realized, especially when we start to look at specialized transit. Collectively, Niagara region and each of the municipalities spend $5 million a year on specialized transit. And we know through the current model that an NRT vehicle cannot stop, even if it's coming into the city of St. Catharines with a resident from Pelham, it cannot pick up somebody along the way and take them to the hospital, even if they're going there. So that $5 million will ensure that there are efficiencies that we've seen in the same way when we look at Niagara West on our on-demand. By pooling our resources and pooling our money, we are able to purchase additional vehicles to meet the demand that we wouldn't see if we were each doing this individually.
I think you've answered all the questions to the point where Councillor Kushner is speechless.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, he was my teacher. I think he taught me well.
Oh, okay. So here's another Kushner product. Okay.
You just changed my vote. Thank you.
You're the reason I got into economics, so here I am.
That is good. Well done. Well done. All right. Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Williamson, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Robinson. As Councillor Cisco's alluded to, St. Catharines Transit Commission, we have a good local transit service which functions well, is cost effective, and it's directly accountable to local representatives. To my way of thinking, that's the best, most democratic model. We're electing the local representatives who make decisions on these local issues. So my big concern is the proposed governance model. It's one which asks us to cede our unqualified ability to make decisions about such things as where the routes are going to go, frequency of routes, what equipment we're going to buy, and levels of service. So to my way of thinking, the best guarantee of service is for us to retain control of decision-making in St. Catharines for the people of St. Catharines. So I guess the question is, if we're going to have a board that's going to be composed largely of people from outside of St. Catharines, how is that going to end up, particularly based on past experience of regionalized services? How's that going to, why are they going to care about serving the best interests necessarily of St. Catharines when they're not necessarily, there's no accountability or tie to St. Catharines necessarily there for a majority of these individuals?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Williamson, I think there's a couple of pieces to keep in mind. So with additional representatives on the newly proposed board, it does ensure that a disproportionate share or maybe more representative share to comparative to others. We did recognize that St. Catharines as being the largest municipality, largest ridership, and there is the equivalency of those additional comparative to others, additional seats within the existing board. It's also important to recognize that in that 3-year transition window, we also recognize that the CAO Governance Steering Committee also has leaned towards and recommended a hybrid board. We recognize and have heard from the CAOs, I guess I'll put that in plural, the value that St. Catharines Council places on your hybrid boards, whether that's the Performing Arts Center, library, or the St. Catharines Transit Commission. So we recognize that the transition to that hybrid model is the preferred alternative. It was in the Niagara Transit Governance Study. It is also something that the CAO Governance Steering Committee also recognizes as being of value and importance. And certainly we know that from experience, for St. Catharines Council is on that matter as well. However, in looking at the success and inclusion of as many interests as possible, this is where, as Mr. Fraser said previously, we look to try and create some compromise between the varying interests in the proposal and the governance model. So to use the words of Councillor Cisco, it may not be perfect, but I think what we do see is that it does represent enough interests. And this is where, conversely, the service plan as developed by and led by the City of St. Catharines, I shouldn't say developed by, but led by the City of St. Catharines Transit Commission, really did look at what does the future service expansion look like to give guidance to the Commission so that we could marry up decision-making, transit expansion, as well as then a financial model that creates that accountability, and then subsequently that review of governance over and at the end of that 3-year window. So when you combine those factors, we believe that, and in addition to all of those, a municipal transfer agreement that may, as I said to Councillor Sorrento prior, may look at some type of service window that the City of St. Catharines looks to for a defined period of time, whereby those types of things are looked at to ensure that service continuity and decision-making allows the system to continue to expand in the way that meets the needs of the riders where they are today. St. Catharines, by far, has the most density, has the most volume in terms of its ridership, and under the leadership of transit professionals and an elected board, we don't see in the current model with those contributing factors that changing in terms of pulling resources away from where resources are required for the foreseeable future, and believe that those municipal transfer agreements are a way in which we can solidify what those expectations are as things move to the next phase of a single system.
Okay, thank you for that. The transportation master plan, which is something that took a long time for us to come up with. It's a made in St. Catharines plan. And I'm not sure that this larger transit board from across Niagara is necessarily going to want to adhere to our local priorities when it comes down to these kinds of decisions. And we know what happens at the Niagara region, where St. Catharines, based on representation by population, is often outvoted on issues. And it seems to me that this is going to still be stacked against St. Catharines like the wider region is. So what obligation is there for people from this board to want to follow our Made in St. Catharines transportation master plan?
So Matt, if you can touch maybe on the success of other transits that have moved from being sort of insular local transits to more regional transits. So Durham, Kitchener-Waterloo, London. Can you touch on some of those so we can maybe put it into a framework that we're moving towards something for the greater good?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and that's part of the jurisdictional scan that was done as part of the Niagara Transit Governance Study, where we looked at the expansion in many of the other communities that Mayor Sendzik had outlined. And what we saw there was that once the communities bought into the broader vision of connectivity, that's where we saw those collective transportation master plans really come to fruition, where we see the transit components pulled from there, and you now start to see things like LRT expanded in some of these communities. And maybe that's a ways off for Niagara, but it's those type of visionary pieces that are found in TMPs in other municipalities that have really been realized as part of that sort of cohesive singular vision that's really realized when that single system has come online. Those types of visions and that type of higher order transit that really does meet those higher volumes and densities can't be done by a single municipality. They're done by working together, looking through long corridors. And I think that's a great example when we look at things like LRT expansion. Some of our regional peers, when upload occurs for transit, those type of TMP visions that are well beyond the existing term of a TMP really start to be brought forward as transit densities start to occur and ridership starts to grow once that single system is established.
Thank you. I'm not sure how we got to LRTs. They can't even get an LRT going in Hamilton, let alone Niagara. But anyway, there's also examples of places where regionalization has not been that successful. York Region, of course, is a bit of a problem. And there's also successful places like Peel, where you still have Mississauga and Brampton who run independently, but they've integrated very well, like Welland, St. Catharines, and Niagara Falls has done. So I think there's other examples. Anyway, I'll yield the floor because I'm sure there's lots of other questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mayor Sendzik, and thanks Matt and the rest of the team for joining us. Thanks, Councillor Kushner's technical difficulty took some years off my life there, which is good. I've been living too long. I guess I'm going to put on I wear a few hats, and so I'll put on my Transit Commissioner hat. And I know that the Transit Commission submitted a letter, and I'm sure the region's going to take that into account. But the tens of thousands of people watching this, not everyone's going to read the letter. So I'm going to bring up some of those issues. In terms of ultimately, I think it's fair. Everyone knows that the rider ultimately isn't going to be all that concerned about who's riding the bus. That's a fairly obvious conceit. So could you touch on maybe how service integration benefits the end user? Because we know that for the last 12 years, the region's been working with St. Catharines, Niagara Falls, and Port Colborne, Fort Erie to integrate transit at some level. So how would this one system change or improve that?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Miller. And it's a great question because it really is the crux of why we're doing all of this in the first place. I go back to the origin of some of this, looking at GO expansion and having transit really feed the GO expansion, higher order transit. I think that's where we look to what the benefits can be to municipalities that surround and feed the city of St. Catharines. And I think that's where, it would be short-sighted not to include the benefit that other surrounding municipalities coming in and out of St. Catharines really do provide to the city. With an effective, seamless, single unified system, that's where you're seeing things like a single fare. We've heard and talked about the notion of right now there's a split. There is $3 for local trips on average, $6 for an intermunicipal trip. $3 to travel in the future anywhere within Niagara. A single system will realize a $3 fare. A dual system, it's highly unlikely that we will have that based on the amount of financial impact to the region by dropping from $6 to $3, given the distances traveled as part of those intermunicipal trips. So we're seeing a cost savings to the rider on a per trip basis. We're seeing higher levels of connectivity into the GO system There's future connectivity from, say, South Niagara, Port Colborne and Welland coming into and feeding the GO stations, connectivity into the HSR network next door in Hamilton. These are things that if left in our current sort of status quo are incredibly difficult to achieve over the long term. And I think that's where these systems, though they cooperate, and I give a ton of credit to the transit operators in Niagara for the last 24 months or longer, have been working together to try and create as much integration as possible. And I believe we sort of hit that ceiling of we can go no farther without council directions to do more. And I think that's where the benefits to the rider are realized when that step is taken to be able to break down some of those last barriers to allow for that full connectivity of St. Catharines really becoming that transit hub for the entire region, where surrounding peripheral municipalities really are seamlessly connecting into that hub, which is your municipality.
Okay, I appreciate that. Those are some good points about, the literal changes. We're sort of get caught in the governance a lot, which is an important piece, but the on the ground changes. In terms of the new financial strategy, I think it's a lot fairer, as has been pointed out, the special levy. But there is a possible other system where the municipality decides its level of service and it's delivered by some one commissioner or something. That obviously isn't the way we're going, and that's fine. But is there any mechanism for a municipality, either the city of St. Catharines, the corporation, or just the citizens of St. Catharines, to decide, we want more public transit than is being offered currently? Or is it all reliant on this new commission and then ultimately, obviously, regional council to decide the level of service we're going to receive?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Miller, and it's a great question because there has been other municipalities who've requested something similar. And there is a mechanism within the proposal to enable municipalities seeking a higher level of service to make that request. So either the commission sees that proactively, because that's where demand is, and we're going to provide supply to it. There is the municipality requesting directly to the commission and or to regional council to make that petition for enhanced service. And additionally, a third option to, if above and beyond any additional service, there was an additional enhancement that can be paid for additionally via the municipal levy to enhance that service, say special shuttle for a downtown association or a downtown area or a tourist area or whatnot. So there's 3 different mechanisms by which those requests can be made, the last of which can actually be the municipal levy supporting something if the commission, after those first 2, is still not expanded service to the extent that that the municipality is seeking.
Okay, and we touched on a little bit about sort of the service improvements in the other areas that have amalgamated or uploaded transit, what have you. The gas tax is sort of still the primary way of receiving upper levels of government funding to transit. How will that change, if at all, if moving to an integrated system?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll have Ms. Talbot speak to the benefits of the PGT consolidation.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, what we've actually found in the past is that individually, the smaller municipalities lose provincial gas tax through the funding formula that the province instills. So collectively, the Niagara region can receive, let's say, $6.5 million as a entirety. But individually, if a smaller municipality does not spend sufficient levy dollars, because of the funding formula, dollars go back to the province. So in the cases of Lincoln, Pelham, Port Colborne, there have been annual fluctuations in the amount that they receive because their transit levy dollars are too small. So collectively, we will ensure that we realize the full $6.5 million annually.
Okay. And then the last thing I'll say, I'll put on my city councilor hat, just as has been acknowledged, we have a great transit commission, and obviously Tim and Graham have been very involved. So I guess if this is possible, although it's probably illegal, if we end up uploading, I'd certainly hope there's some mechanism to recommend those with local experience, let's say, in transit, because certainly we have a ton of knowledge locally that we don't want to lose in this process. I won't make anyone comment on that. But I will say that just in closing, that I certainly appreciate the work, the commitment, the time, that you guys have put in. I think to the point Councillor Sorrento has made and the point the Transit Commission made about service levels, I think that the work done there has been very good, and Tim Louis has been great. I think the details on that are really going to be key. As someone who's a big supporter of transit, this is a really tough one to me, because I think, and apologies if anyone's heard this phrase, this is sort of like one in the hand is better than two in the bush, and St. Catharines Transit is our one in the hand right now. We have a very good system and that has a good cost recovery ratio compared to a lot of places in Ontario. And so I think the knowledge, it's asking for a lot of trust, and ultimately that trust is in regional council. No matter how the commission's made up, the budget goes to regional council to make these decisions. So I think really drilling down on those details before or for that triple majority vote are going to be really important to local councillors. So thank you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Miller, for a lot of those detailed questions as well. Before I go to Councillor Porter, I just want to mention that York Regional Transit services 23 million people a year. So put that in context when we talk about the success of a regional transit system. 23 million people they're moving. They will have issues, but if they were 4 independent transit systems, it would be a mess in York. Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank Mr. Robinson and Ms. Talbot. This is an excellent report, and I do feel that St. Catharines Council was heard, and you went back and worked on this, and I'm happy to see greater representation. I think my colleagues have asked some great questions. When it comes back to the reports that come to the local area municipalities, I only have one point of feedback. The reason I am interested in regional transit is directly related to the environment, and it's not really mentioned in this report. We have to talk about governance, we have to talk about finances and service levels, but really for me, this is about the environment, and I think that these reports need to reflect that. We need to be talking about cutting greenhouse gas emissions. Not a huge fan of Simon Sinek, who wrote the book, you start with your why, but in this case, these reports need to start with our why. We do need to be talking about examples about how having an integrated system will avoid people from not being able to get picked up if they live in Pelham along a route. There's so many examples that we can give. And I think every time these reports go to local area municipalities, we need to be talking about greenhouse gas emissions, especially in light of the intergovernmental panel on climate change. So for me, if we don't move to regional transit, we're failing on our commitments to the community related to the environment. So that's my only feedback. And thank you very much. It's otherwise an excellent report.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. And Councillor Dodge, you're up next. Well, I see you, Councillor Garcia. I see you. You're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry about that. I just have a couple of questions, I guess, or clarifications. One of the things that I was wondering about before, when it was mentioned about user pay, does that mean that, say someone is in this now, can they opt out if they decide that they don't want to pay for any service? Like, what happens in that situation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, perhaps I'll go to Ms. Talbot in terms of the user pay and the financial model that we've discussed.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Currently, the Niagara Regional Transit will remain on the regional assessment. So if a municipality, currently West Lincoln as well as Wainfleet, do not have local service, and so until they have local service, they will not be allocated a portion of those local service costs, but they will continue to be allocated the portion of the Niagara Regional service costs, because those costs still provide service to move the residents outside of the community through NST or through NRT. So the future, the way we've modeled it, there are no local service costs or standards implemented in those two communities until such time that they wish to realize them. And at that time, those local service costs would be reallocated back to those users.
Okay, so I guess what was it wondering, so say someone's, involved in it right now, and then they decide, you know what, this just isn't working, our municipality doesn't gain anything, can they then say, we don't want to be part of this anymore?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, perhaps I'll go to Mr. Fraser, who can speak to the triple majority process and the authority that is being requested further downstream in terms of the vote itself.
Thank you, Matt. So through the mayor. So as we come forward back to council in the fall, having reflected the feedback we're here today, we'll ultimately be pursuing a triple majority authority to integrate transit systems across Niagara. As part of that, or at the core of that, what that really is an amendment to the Municipal Act to transfer the authority under the Municipal Act from the lower tier municipalities to the upper tier region to operate transit services. Once that process is taken forward, should the requirements be achieved of a majority of regional council voting in favor of it, a majority of the local area councils across Niagara, so 7 of the 12 voting in favor, and a majority of those voting in favor that they represent a majority of the electors, that power would actually transfer within the Municipal Act. We've heard from a number of peer municipalities about the potential of what this scenario may look like. It's an area that we will be discussing further with the Governor's Steering Committee coming out of these consultations over this period. But what we intend to bring back right now is that triple majority approval to transfer the Municipal Act authority for local transit service from the lower tier municipalities to the region.
Okay. So, okay, thank you for that. Maybe on that same vein, what about for reaching out to the public? When will we see, are we actually going to be going out to the public to get some feedback from them? I heard that one person has already said that they're hearing a lot of, requests and comments from the general public. Are we reaching out to them in any sort of fashion so that we can actually hear from the general public on what their stance is and what their feeling is for this?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dodge, that second last slide in the presentation outlined an engagement strategy that has been presented by the area municipal communicators to the Governance Steering Committee CAOs. The intention is to have a single standalone website, a microsite that is not owned by the region or anyone else. It's a collective for the transit initiative. It will have a standardized set of questions that will enhance the consistency in terms of being able to engage with the public throughout the survey component. We've worked with city staff to develop those survey questions. The St. Catharines Communications city staff have actually led the development of the survey questions going out to the public. We will use not only the microsite, but your respective municipal engagement platforms to drive that message out to the public. And in addition to that public engagement, as in asking residents for their feedback, we're also proposing to have a series of engagements with interested parties, looking at post-secondary, business, healthcare sector, a long list of stakeholders within the municipalities to engage them and provide information and solicit their additional insight into the process itself. So by the time the report comes back to council in the fall, the covering, presumably, I won't put Mr. Oakes on the spot, but presumably the covering city staff report, much like you have tonight, would include some of that feedback that's been garnered through that public engagement process, both through one-on-one engagements with different interested parties, as well as a summary of the specific resident engagement that's been done either through the engagement platform off the city website, in addition to any engagement that's been done via the microsite as well.
Okay, thank you. Just looking through, I have a lot of notes here that I'm kind of going through. So one of my thoughts I've always, and I've asked this question a few times, maybe not so much of you as a group, but St. Catharines, possibly could be giving up like $67 million in assets and, and possibly a building or whatever. And I'm just wondering about WeGo from Niagara Falls. I noticed that it's never been, like I've asked about it and it's always been not included as part of this package. And I'm just wondering why that isn't part of this discussion.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dodge, with regards to WeGo, that WeGo service is a partnership between the city of the city of Niagara Falls, rather, and the Niagara Parks Commission. So as an agency of the province of Ontario, that agency has purview for delivery of that service in partnership with the city. As a result of that, the Parks Commission, being a provincial agency, was not included as part of the existing scope of the study that exists now. There are a multitude of agreements that exist between the province, the Niagara Parks Commission, and the city of Niagara Falls with regard to the service expectations, as well as multi-year agreements that exist to deliver that service. So though the current scope does not include WeGo service, I would imagine the same way tonight's discussion talked about municipal transfer agreements, the WeGo service would be part of the Niagara Falls transfer agreement and would look at the terms and conditions upon which that service is provided. And presumably at some point in the future, one could imagine that the continuance of that service being delivered by the city and the Parks Commission when possibly a transit commission already exists as a unified entity, it could in the future look at how to roll that WeGo service into its future service and future service operations. So that discussion's been had with the city of Niagara Falls. And as you said, from the outset of the study, for those reasons, the existing agreements, the partnership with the province of Ontario, it has been excluded, but it doesn't preclude inclusion of WeGo at a future date.
Okay, because I understand that is it supposed to expire in 2024 for that partnership?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's my understanding as well, is that there are agreements that are multi-year that exist between the city of Niagara Falls and the Niagara Parks Commission.
Okay, thank you. How will the transitional, how will it be funded? The transitional cost to do this? How's that going to be funded?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll ask Ms. Talbot to speak to the funding opportunities for the transition period.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Currently, we have not included any additional costs for the transition. The Niagara region has, through COVID, realized some operating savings that we've reinvested into transition costs. In addition to that, through the Safe Restart Funds Phase 1 and 2, there were a number or large amounts of dollars that were unspent due to the timing of that. Niagara region and our municipal partners are trying to leverage those provincial funds. So at current time, we are trying to offset all transition costs from within budget or using gas tax or Safe Restart Funds.
Okay. When you mentioned about gas tax, I know that this is kind of like, something that I'm not really sure where we're going to go with gas tax because, we're trying to move away from, using gas and diesel, like where that pocket might be getting smaller. So what are we going to be doing? Like, because you keep mentioning about that,
Mm-hmm.
How will that work out, when that window of amounts that we get from gas tax start to fade away and they're not there. How will that work out?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, that's a really great question because especially through COVID, we've had a lot of reductions in travel to work through, work from home. On the flip side of that, we've actually seen an increase in commercial deliveries. So while one side of the fuel use is going down, there's another side that's going up. However, through our financial analysis, we're not projecting increases. We're actually being quite conservative on what the future would hold because it is a portion of fuel sales across the province. A few years back, the province had looked at doubling the provincial gas tax from 2 cents a liter to 4 cents a liter to fund transit agencies. If there becomes a sufficient gap, because so many transit agencies rely on gas tax, that may be a mechanism that the provincial government looks to kind of stabilize the gas tax usage. I know that MTO is watching how Niagara region kind of moves through this consolidation, and they've been very supportive in working with us to find solutions to fund these transition costs, but also to ensure that we have those safe restart funds to fund any operating deficits. So I think collectively as a province, that may become a change in direction in order to sustain that transit service across the province, but we have been fairly conservative on our estimates moving forward.
Thank you. So I have some other questions, but just because of the timing and stuff like that. This one would, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm just wondering, like, the board composition is, we're being told that it would be 15. And so, once this once this goes through, people aren't going to want to, give up their seats. So, 15 people on the board, that's more people than what we actually sit on our council. So how will we, like, moving forward, what is the likelihood that that number can change? And that's it. Sorry.
I got, if Matt, you want to jump in? I know CAO Oakes has been talking with transit about that issue as well.
Mm-hmm.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe before Mr. Oakes, we do have that requirement for the transitional board to undertake a governance review in year 3. That governance review would have an outcome, and it would look at and start from the recommendation of that hybrid model as recommended by the governance steering committee. So if Mr. Oakes has some additional context from that perspective, I welcome it as well.
Thank you. Yeah, we've identified this issue through the discussions with the Transit Commission. So I have had a few calls with Graham Morrison to talk about this specifically. One of the things that we have identified as an option is to actually put in an actual, whether you call it a dissolution clause, that would force the review to happen of the transitional board to ensure that the makeup would be dealt with after the 3-year period. It's something I've talked to Mr. Robinson as well about. That would have to obviously go up through the LNTC and the CAO working group, but it's a mechanism that we're looking at to ensure that issue with the transition board does in fact get dealt with at year 3, at the end of year 3.
Okay, so in speaking to that, we have an election coming up, and there could be some change in who's there. How can we guarantee what that would look like at that time? Like, do we have a guarantee? Oh, well, you know what, this is actually what's going to happen. Or once this kind of gets uploaded and stuff, it's taken away from us and we don't have any control of it after that. That's my question. So what guarantee do we have that when hands change and things happen and it gets uploaded and stuff like that, what guarantee do we have that, I mean, even if we do look at it, there's no guarantee that they'll say, well, yeah, you know what, they have the majority votes, so they'll just say, we want it to stay status quo, sort of thing.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dodge, 2 fronts on that. Will it take place? Yes, we will ensure, and based on the feedback that we've heard, that is included within the bylaw. So as one of the terms of purple majority, we would look at having that as an obligatory review within year 3. How that transition would occur, I think we heard from Mr. Oakes that some of the feedback we're hearing today from council is something that we will take back as to what that transition looks like. Beyond that, I think Mr. Oakes has a plausible scenario, but that, as he indicated, is something we're going to have to take back to his peers and review and analyze what that transition and what a solution could look like to address that piece of feedback.
Okay, thank you for that. And then just one final comment through you, Mr. Mayor. It's just kind of a fun fact because you happened to mention about ridership at the other place. We have in St. Catharines, we have 5 million, that not during pandemic times actually, but we do have 5 million riders a year. And we actually recover a higher revenue than New York does. So I just kind of want to throw a little bit of trivia out there for you guys. So thank you for answering the questions, and thank you for all the hard work and, the patience that you put through with all the questions.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. I would say through to the CIO, if we were to take out Brock's contract on ridership, would the fare box be 51%? I think the answer is no.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. If we were to remove that revenue, it would definitely change that.
So it's very fortunate that we have Brock, because it does contribute to the success of the fare box. But as we've seen with the university and the change in online, if we lose some of that fare recovery at the box becomes a bit more challenging. Just another fun fact. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Matt, thank you for your presentation. And I really appreciate the fact that you did consider our concern about representation. It has already been mentioned, but I would just say that I support the concern about the representation being fair to St. Catharines. And even though we have increased it to 3, I don't think that's enough in relation to what we contribute, being the largest and contributing the most assets and so on. So I ask that you please consider a model that will give us a larger share of the representation. But I am also concerned about the numbers in terms of, as another councillor mentioned, the size of this transitional board, making it awkward to make decisions. So that's already been mentioned. I also support Councillor Porter's concern about the environment, but I would imagine that concern would be there whether we have an individual transit commission in St. Catharines or a regional one, because it's something that we have to look at in the future. I did have a couple of specific questions on your presentation, and one was in terms of the transitional cost. Your slide said that the operating costs are so much now, and then in 2023 they would still be the same, yet the slide says inflation included. So that would imply that there's actually a reduction in costs. Is that what that means?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll let Ms. Talbot respond to that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct. Under the funding formula that we're proposing, there would be basically a flat line, and you wouldn't realize those inflationary costs.
Okay, thank you for that. And the last question was, when I look at I just want to look here at the financial strategy of the service equalization, it appears that we will get an additional 1,700 hours of service per year and pay an additional 2.1 million for transit, which is 17.3 million in 2023, the same as 2020, and then 19.4 in 2025. Now, in terms of what St. Catharines taxpayers get out of this, that 2.1 million, I just want to point out, would likely fund all of the short and medium recommendations of the St. Catharines Transportation Master Plan. So we're essentially benefiting the region in general, but we are, as a city, in my opinion, getting sort of what we would be getting if we implemented our own transportation master plan.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could answer that. In the 2023 upload, as I said, that the city of St. Catharines wouldn't realize the inflationary costs. It would be based on current service hours proportions. So as we move and we standardize service hours, there is a $2.1 million increase. But if you look at from 2020 to 2025 on your own, you would actually be paying the same amount of dollars. It'd be $19.4 million. So while there's kind of a net savings in the short term, it rebalances through the funding formula to put you basically where you'd be under a non-consolidated strategy. So that $2.1 million wouldn't be a savings under consolidation. You would realize it annually as your inflationary costs increase.
Thank you for that. And the last comment I make to you, Mr. Mayor, is for all of us to keep in mind that while I understand the benefits of including costs in the regional levy and uploading it because it frees us to do other things, to keep in mind that we are the largest funders of the region. We pay about 40% of the cost. So we will be contributing significantly to that, but I understand it would be at the regional level. Thank you again for all your input.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Garcia. So it looks like everyone who's had an opportunity was able to weigh into this. To share a quick story, I did talk to the mayor of Ajax. I sit on a board with him, Sean Collier, and he actually ran for council in 2005 as opposed to regionalization of transit in Durham. And I've asked him now, how does he feel since 2005? He's now chair of the Transit Commission in Durham. In his words, they would have none of the supports that they have in transit if it wasn't for the regionalization, including increase in frequency, including electrified buses, connectivity to Whitby, Oshawa, Ajax, like the whole network is much better. So I look to someone like that who started on the position of this won't work for my community. And now he's actually the chair of the commission. And I asked him, I go, would you go back to 2003? And he goes, absolutely not. We wouldn't be anywhere close to where we are today. So just gives you context that if you want to do some research on your own, you can look at some of these successful areas and make some phone calls to the local councillors in there and ask them how they feel about it. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Councillor Cisco. I think you just made a motion to receive the report. And for information purposes.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and Councillor Dodge, want to second that?
Sure, I'd like to second it. And also, I'm not sure whether this is the time to do that, but I wanted to refer the report back to staff to allow the CAO and Transit to work together on bringing back a follow-up report for the August 30th meeting of council to address the recommendations, including in the St. Catharines Transit Commission correspondence dated the 5th of August, 2021.
Okay, I'll go to the CAO first because I just want to make sure that we're within the timelines because there is some timelines that the region's looking at to the CAO.
Okay.
Through Mr. Mayor, that time frame would work. We have had some discussions with Transit Commission to meet that. I've had this similar conversation with Mr. Robinson, so it still will allow us to be able to move forward.
Through the CAO, what would the meeting on the 30th look like? We've just had an hour and a half discussion on this topic. So are we looking at rehashing this on the 30th or what are we looking to do?
Through Mr. Mayor, no, I would essentially see the 5 recommendations that came forward from the Transit Commission. Myself and Mr. Morrison would talk and just provide a bit of additional context to council to provide some scenario of these recommendations and how they would feed into the information step 2 that we're in right now with the process.
Okay, so a reminder to council on the 30th, we won't be repeating what we said today. It'll be only for new information. So I'll be holding council to that on the 30th, if that's okay. Okay, because I don't think we should repeat ourselves again. We've got Councillor Cisco as the mover. You okay with that?
I'm just curious as to, is it necessary for us to refer the report or can we pass what has been presented tonight for information purposes and then ask for that report to come forward and pass that as additional information? This is a procedural question because this has been fulsomely debated and we don't generally refer reports after we've debated them fully.
Bonnie, I'll go to the clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Cisco. My point was going to be, seems to be a staff report. And I think what the region is looking for is for us to accept, or I'm sorry, receive this for information. The report can be separate and voted on separately.
Okay, so let's split the vote.
And if I can make a suggestion that if we can ask that the staff be directed to prepare a report, and that also may give councillors opportunities for additional feedback, which may go back along with the 5 recommendations. I think Councillor Dodge is nodding, so I think that might make sense. And then we've received this report, so there's no danger of us relitigating it on the 30th, and we can just deal with what comes from the Transit Commission and Council.
I'm no lawyer, so I'm not litigating anything. So
poor choice of words. My apologies, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so we're going to split the vote if that's the will of council, and we'll start with the first one, which is just to receive the information purposes, municipal feedback. To the clerk, we'll call the question.
Do we need to split it if we're not referring it? We're just asking for more information.
Oh, that's a good point. So to Bonnie, or what do we need to do? Should we still receive the first one?
I would say receive the first one. You can refer the
Okay.
second by a hand vote.
Okay.
We're not referring.
We're not referring.
Well,
Just
you're not
that.
referring it.
That's why it's a
correct. You're
hand
not
vote.
Sorry, it can be a hand vote. Okay,
First one, roll call.
okay. And is it Councillor Dodge moving it?
No,
Councilor Cisco.
Cisco? Okay, and the seconder?
Councillor Dodge.
Thank you. So Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Littleton,
Yes.
Councillor Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
Councillor Porter,
Yes.
Councillor Cisco,
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento,
Yes.
Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
Yes.
and Mayor Sendzik.
Yes. Okay, staff be directed to prepare reports. We do a show of hands. It's a request for a report. All in favor of the direction for the August 30th meeting, and that is carried. Okay, thank you very much to the presenters, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Fraser, and Ms. Talbot. Excellent presentation, very thorough, and the fact that we have a former student of Councillor Kushner here makes it all the better.
Can we just get a hand show on to accept the presentation, please?
Yep. Okay, Office of the City Administrator, we have so I'm just letting, it's 7:30. We do have a meeting date set aside for August 11th if we don't go through the council tonight. So just a reminder to council that we got a number of other lengthy reports on here. So we want to get through this. This is how we're going to have to do it, is have very focused discussions. Next is 3.2. It's a presentation by Michelle Johnston, project lead, corporate strategy and innovation, Niagara region. And just preceding that, I just want to CAO Oaks, who had been working on the community safety and well-being plan as well. Just to quickly introduce it, give context, and then we can get on to the presentation.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so this report is really for information for council. Over the course of the last 18 months, the region has been working on a public safety and well-being plan, which essentially is to address a lot of the issues that we're seeing in and around, not only in St. Catharines, but all of Niagara and all of Ontario for that matter. So this report is really to give council an update on the status and the completion and the report itself that was completed by the region. This all ties in very nicely with some of the work that we've been doing at a staff level when we deal with the outreach system and some of the issues that we are going to be identifying at our AMO meetings next week. So just really to give council that update and provide that information of how things are moving, both at the regional level and at the local level. So that's it.
And the staff report was written by Julie Rorson, I believe.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Over to you, Michelle Johnson. Welcome.
Wonderful. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Hello, and thank you for welcoming me this evening to introduce Niagara's Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, which was proposed by the Community Safety and Wellbeing Advisory Committee and adopted by Regional Council on June 24th. Next slide, please. To begin, I'll provide a brief background on the planning framework and legislative requirement. Beginning in 2009, the Ministry of Community Safety and Correctional Services identified that police services were frequently responding to crisis situations that were non-criminal in nature. And this led to the finding that a more collaborative service delivery model was needed that prioritized local risks in a particular community. From 2013 to 2016, the ministry engaged with pilot communities across Ontario to test components of the planning framework. In 2017, the ministry released the Community Safety and Wellbeing Planning Framework. And later the following year, Bill 175, the Safer Ontario Act, was passed, which included the municipal requirement to prepare and adopt a community safety and wellbeing plan. As part of this legislation, municipalities have the flexibility to engage in community safety and wellbeing planning individually or in partnership with neighboring municipalities and/or First Nation communities to develop a joint plan. In Niagara, both tiers of municipal government have worked together to develop our collective community safety and wellbeing plan and have completed this work with critical in-depth consultation with Niagara's urban Indigenous community as well. Next slide, please. The framework itself is premised on the idea that safety and well-being cannot be addressed in isolation by any one organization or sector. Too often, situations rooted in mental health concerns, addictions, a lack of safe and affordable housing, or social isolation require an emergency response from the police or other crisis-driven services. In many cases, these issues can be addressed earlier and more effectively through greater collaboration among sectors, including police, education, health, and social services. The ultimate objective of the plan and its iterative planning and engagement process is to improve safety and well-being and therefore reduce harm, crime, or victimization of individuals by meeting their needs before escalation to crisis and preventing more costly emergency response interventions. The framework includes those 4 zones of intervention that you see on your screen and encourages upstream planning in the outer zones as they are viewed to promote a more preventative as opposed to reactive approach to service delivery and design. We know that this upstream planning makes use of multi-sector partnerships and ensures that everyone's working together in a sustainable way to reduce risk and promote well-being in the community. And next slide, please. Our local approach has leveraged multiple inputs along with the guiding principles of the planning framework to support the creation of Niagara's strength-based plan. Our 22-member advisory committee has representation from sector leadership across the span of human services and includes police, education, primary care, hospital, child welfare, violence against women sector, urban and rural municipal leadership, public health, mental health and addictions, children's mental health, Francophone services, Indigenous-led services, and other social service providers. The community engagement plan was extensive, sought to collaborate with folks in identifying local strengths and opportunities, and were held with communities which represent diverse perspectives and experiences from youth to seniors, community organizations to business operators, and from those who live across the region. Our phase 1 and phase 2 of consultation involved 310 people who participated in 37 focus groups, and those folks were across 70 different organizations and client advisory groups. It's important to note that we had 5 Indigenous-specific focus groups through the support of the Niagara Chapter of Native Women and the Niagara Indigenous Community Executives Table, which resulted in an Indigenous-specific report called Minnow Mad Senwin, Living the Good and Healthy Life report. We also facilitated a number of online surveys as well. Lastly, our additional input was ongoing data assessment related to trends in service access and demand, which allowed for evidence-based decision-making regarding our priorities and areas of focus. This continued pulse check on community well-being during the pandemic provided an opportunity to understand how COVID-19 and its associated measures have had disproportionate impacts on some of our most vulnerable. Next slide. Leveraging this robust feedback, data trends and insights, the advisory committee completed a process of issue identification and prioritization and identified local issues for action, alignment, or monitoring within 4 areas of focus: mental health and addictions, housing and homelessness, poverty and income, and systemic discrimination. These areas of focus involve targeted strategies to improve the integration and coordination of existing services, mitigate risk factors, and serve to improve resident safety and well-being using a more holistic approach to planning. Within one focus area, the plan identifies a need to streamline responses to calls for service involving mental health, addictions, and homelessness. In Niagara, we're fortunate to have many community-based assets in this sphere, which address urgent calls for service. And you'll see them sort of listed on your screen there. We look forward to forming an action table, which will allow community partners to work better together to understand the gaps and identify opportunities to ultimately enhance the service for clients, for residents, I mean. Overall, Niagara's Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan aims to guide planning and prioritization, evolve and adapt over time to continue to respond to emerging issues, and identify and champion innovative solutions to complex challenges in these 4 areas. The planning framework brings together community partners in recognizing that everyone has a role to play in making Niagara a safe, inclusive, and connected community where all residents thrive. I'd also like to take a moment and thank the City of St. Catharines CAO's office for their support and guidance as a member of our Community Safety and Wellbeing Advisory Committee, and the Mayor's office for their feedback and insights shared during our focus group sessions. As I shared, following adoption of this plan, these new structures will be developed to support implementation. This includes looking at our action tables, plans for ongoing community engagement at different levels of involvement, and enhanced data collection and coordination to keep a pulse on evolving needs of our community so that our partners can stay ahead of the curve and respond to issues in a more proactive manner. The Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan will be reviewed annually by the Advisory Committee. It will go through a more fulsome consultation and engagement and update every 4 years. Will be reported to Regional Council on an annual basis, and those reports, of course, will also be available online, along with presentations at the local level should they be requested. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston, for your presentation, for the work that you've done on the community well-being plan. And again, this is for information. If there's questions, we can take them. If not, you need to delve further into this. The CAO's office and Julie Rorson in my office was always there to provide assistance as well. So I don't know if you want to have any summary remarks, Dave, but if not, we can receive this report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I don't have anything else to say, just to receive the report. We're on it, so to speak, from the office of the CAO and the Mayor's office as well, working in partnership.
Okay, motion to receive this presentation. I got Councillor Littleton, Councillor Cisco, all in favor. That's carried. And for council, this is an important document for when we get constant calls and feedback from residents about what are we doing. I think it's important to share this document with our residents so that they're aware that we are making great strides. It doesn't seem like it, but we are making great strides. And Ms. Johnston is really working hard to quarterback all this. So I appreciate all the work that you're doing. Okay, great. We move on now to Rodman Hall. And so this is 3.5. We've moved this one up because we do have a presentation that precedes the discussion. We have a delegation from Ms. Jean Bridge. And prior to that, I just want to turn it over to Director Christie just to provide a bit of context, and then we'll go into Jean Bridge if Director Christie would like to.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So briefly for council, thank you for including this in the agenda for this evening. Ms. Bridge will describe to you an offer of a loan of artwork to the city. The 6 pieces of art are currently located on the grounds at Rodman Hall. And we as a staff team do believe that it would be of great benefit to the city in general, especially the downtown core, if council were to consider approving the request. Thank you, and over to you, Ms. Bridge.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the rest of the council. I want to thank you for this opportunity to address you. And I will try to leave as much time as possible for the staff report because it's excellent and covers the project very thoroughly. I'm sure you all have had a chance to read it. Next slide. What I want to do is just introduce you to Rodman Hall Art Center, Inc. We're a not-for-profit, community-based organization that was created in 2019, and our purpose is to bring collaborative, transformative art experiences to our community in continuation of the legacy of Rodman Hall Art Center. We're a startup now, and will function in the coming several years until we can achieve the goal of a new public art gallery. We'll function as a kind of gallery without walls. So the relocation of the Rodman Hall outdoor sculptures is a critical first step in our ability to animate the downtown and to realizing some of our goals to be able to bring art into the lives of our community. I want also to thank Brock University. We've worked closely with them on the return of the 100,000 or the 1,000+ collection to the community. Brock has also provided resources that are going to make it possible for us to support this. And we will, going forward, be the steward of the collection. This is delayed slightly because we don't have the charitable registration yet. That's an ongoing process, and we're closer and closer every day. So let's go to the next slide. So here you see pictures of the artwork. This is a group of 6 sculptures. I won't talk about them individually, but each is created by an outstanding Canadian or international artist. Most of them are Canadian. One artist is not. Each of these works are works that, if moved to downtown, people would encounter daily. They're iconic and representative of a good variety of art styles and practices, and they provide a window into modern and contemporary art that will spur discussion and learning about art in general. And we will support this through programming around the sculptures and other public artworks in downtown St. Catharines. So next slide. So I think it's important to address what will be gained by relocating these artworks downtown. I think the staff report has been very articulate and about what will be gained, but both the city and Rodman Hall are contributing to what's essentially a new public amenity. Rodman Hall Art Center Inc.'s work on this is being supported, as I mentioned, by Brock. And we hope that this work, by being concentrated in downtown where it can be experienced and enjoyed, will become a real part of an intensification of culture in downtown and support the kinds of already enormous investments that the community has invested in the cultural life in downtown. Rodman Hall Art Center Inc. will provide the context and educational enrichment around these for the community, as they would all the other artworks. So there will be a downtown public art stroll that will be ongoing and will be supported by ongoing programming. Using the collection in this way benefits the public who will encounter it every day, but it also is a first step, as I said, in creating a new public art gallery. And these will be a constant reminder that we exist and that we're of our ambitions and the community's ambitions for a public art gallery. So let's go on to the next slide. So the bones of this are that we're seeking a city partnership to display rather than just store the collection. And that we've set out to undertake this on a 20-year basis. So that would be the term for the loan. The reciting and a lot of the work that will go into extracting the artwork and storing it temporarily until it can be reinstalled, and then preparing sites and so on will be undertaken by the city, while Rodman Hall Art Center Inc. will produce the signage and information that contextualizes the artwork, will maintain the sculptures and monitor their condition and repair them as needed, ensuring them against damage. So I think that gives you a really quick overview. I don't want to, I want to be present and able to answer questions. So I thought it might be good just to give you that overview and then let's get on to the staff report.
All right, Ms. Bridge, I just want to start by just saying thank you for your leadership on the art side of the Rodman Hall collection and what you and your group is doing to preserve the visual art in our community. So kudos to you. Councillor Garcia, just for question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I re-emphasize what you just said. Ms. Bridges and her group have shown amazing leadership, and it's a long-term project, but it's going to be very worthwhile for the city. My question is, through you, the question of a loan and the 20-year term. Are you assuming that the artwork will have to be moved at the end of the 20 years, or is there a possibility that depending on the locations that are chosen in consultation with the Public Art Advisory Committee, these locations would be suitable and complementary to whatever location you may end up with for the actual gallery at some time?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Garcia. Yes, we've chosen that 20-year term as a, in recognition of the investment that this will cost, and also in recognition of the fact that our aim is to create a public art gallery in St. Catharines and hopefully in downtown. And that's our goal. So it's hard to speculate what would happen longer term, but we wish to provide art experiences and interactive, transformative, collaborative experiences for the community. And so the artwork very well may stay for longer. It will depend greatly upon the kind of site that is eventually chosen and how we partner with the city. But I think, it might be too early to speculate on that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Garcia. Any further questions from the presenter? If not, we can move on to Councillor Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter, I want to apologize if I might have missed this, but the art collection, I guess, who does it belong to, the pieces? Your organization now?
At this very moment, it still belongs to Brock University. And we're entering into an agreement in which it will be transferred to Rodman Hall Art Center, Inc. And we have a very detailed agreement for a transition period in which Rodman Hall Art Center, Inc. will be the shepherd or the steward of the collection. We'll have full responsibility for it, while it will still remain under Brock's ownership until such time as we have charitable registration. When we have charitable registration, the collection will transfer to us. Brock is fully aware of this initiative and very supportive of it. So while it's a little complicated at this moment because of the our waiting on the charitable registration, we've made provisions with Brock to have a clear contractual relationship with them in which the stewardship of the collection is assigned contractually to Rodman Hall Art Center, Inc.
And when you're talking about the outdoor gallery of sorts in the downtown area, is that completely the only place that you're going to be looking at for housing the pieces?
The bulk of the collection is going into storage right now. It will be stored in professional museum storage facilities. So with a company that specializes in fine arts storage, and we will leverage the collection by bringing artworks out, exhibiting them with other institutions, using them in novel and innovative ways such as projections or murals or other kinds of temporary programming, pop-up sorts of programming. But we will work closely with other public art galleries in the region to display artworks from the collection. But they will primarily be in storage and brought out as we find opportunities and create opportunities to display this work with partners. So for instance, the St. Catharines Museum might be a partner, the library, the PAC. It won't be just limited to public art galleries.
Okay, thank you for that. I was wondering why it was going to go into storage because I thought, can't you just move the pieces up? But of course, it's more difficult than that. And I can appreciate that. The one thing I wondered when you're talking about these abilities for them to, these pieces to move was, especially the runners. I'm wondering, at a city park where, athletic activity takes place, or, maybe in less traditional places that we thought of. I'm just wondering if your group had thought about that at all.
We've thought a great deal about sites and appropriate sites, because we want to balance the access to them with their safety and with the appropriateness of the site. So we'll be working with city staff and we'll be working with the Public Art Advisory Committee to find the best possible sites and sites that will meet those criteria of being able to, make them available to the community, keeping them safe and not, creating conflicts with other uses. We have created mock-ups of the sculptures, photo-based mock-ups to show what they might look like in a variety of settings. But we can't go too far down that line until there's full consultation with the Public Art Advisory Committee.
Sure, and I can appreciate that. The pieces are beautiful. So thank you for bringing this to our attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Littleton. Seeing no more further questions of the presenter. Thank you very much, Ms. Bridge, for your presentation. And just a motion to receive the presentation by Ms. Jean Bridge. I got Councillor Garcia, second by Councillor Harris. All in favor, show of hands. And according to the clerk, I didn't do a show of hands for the report request for the previous discussion, the report request for the transit to come back on August 30th. So to the clerk, are you putting your hand up?
Yeah, sorry, it's not, you did the hand for the report request. What you didn't do was to receive the report for information. Julie Rorison's report. We received the presentation, but we did not put the motion on the floor.
Okay.
From the report.
All right, so just technical detail, a motion to receive that report on the community wellbeing safety plan. Councillor Cisco, seconded by Councillor Sorrento, all in favor. Bang, 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 done. Thank you. Sorry about that to the clerk. You're always on the ball, always on the ball. All right, we got a motion in front of us. Who wants to make the motion? Councillor Porter, seconded by Councillor Garcia. Any questions on this? It is a great project. What I've said is that it's 6 pieces that we get that would take us years, as Councillor Garcia would know under the Public Arts Advisory Committee. It would take us years to get 6 pieces. So to get 6 pieces of public art, even if it's for a term period, quicker than we've ever been able to get for individual pieces. So any questions on this? Seeing none, I'll call the question to the clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Miller. Councillor Miller.
Yes, yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes, and a double yes for Councillor Miller.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
Carried unanimously.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Bridge, and we'll be seeing you on the trail. Next one is the 3.3, which is the aquatic strategy. We do have the Monteith Brown planning consultants who are here to answer questions. They'll be available if we do have any questions. We have introductory remarks by Director Christie, and then we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, good evening, members of council. This report is coming to you as it was deferred from the last council meeting. So we're happy to present or to provide the opportunity for questions regarding the aquatics strategy that was prepared by Monteith Brown planning consultants. Also accompanying Monteith Brown this evening is Mr. Jamie Lopez from DEI Consulting Engineers, as well as Eric Lamoth and Lori Mambella from Team CRCS. So we're here to answer any questions that you may have about the presentation that was presented a couple of weeks back, and any questions you may have for us this evening.
Hey, Councillor Phillips, do you have a question of the presenters? Because if not, I'll put the motion on the floor first. Councillor Phillips.
Yes, just thank you. In the report, it indicates the fact that we have 3 pools operating, and it gives us a breakdown as to the population per pool, per outdoor pool. However, one of the pools that we have, obviously, is basically a wading pool. It's not a pool where people are going to, where we have guards that are teaching swimming lessons. To me, that kind of skews the need for the fact that maybe we have too many outdoor pools, which I don't believe is the case. Is that valid in assuming that? That's to Mr. Christie or to Monteith Brown?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll take a stab. So the Lincoln pool is not your typical pool, as Councillor Phillips has indicated. However, it is still a class of pool. It is not a splash pad. It is a very shallow pool where we cannot program. However, it still is classified as a pool, and as such, Monteith Brown included it in the study by considering it a pool. So, you know, I think you're right. Maybe it skews the numbers, but it's, as you can see, it is very well attended as well, and it serves a purpose in that neighborhood.
I'm not saying about attendance or anything like that, but you know, when it comes to a pool that needs remediation to the extent that the other 2 do, and as far as numbers are concerned for population, I think it's very misleading. And but I just wanted to clarify that. And as far as splash pads are concerned, the Aquatics Committee has indicated that we need a splash pad in each ward, and that would only require 2 splash pads, one in Merritt and one in Port Lucie. I know you're thinking of another one near the Lincoln pool, but I think for now, if we can get one in each ward, that's our main goal. And if we have an extra 600,000 kicking around someday, then we'll put another. For now, I think we just focus on the 2. So that, in that case, would definitely bring the cost of either of the selections down. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Miller, I'm going to put your motion on the floor. So if Evan can bring up the motion. Okay. So Councillor Miller, you want to take us through the motion?
Yeah, I'll just introduce it. I'm not going to speak too much to it right now, but the basic thought, and this came out of a conversation with Mr. Christie about what staff is looking for. I have had a chance to talk to some of my colleagues about this, but basically we want to be tonight giving staff a direction forward. We have the document from Brown, which is great, and outlining some options and some different costs and the thought processes and the data. But basically, we need an implementation plan with timelines and things like this involved before we can get into the nuts and bolts and debate, you know, every single asset that we have. So what I'm asking for us to do tonight is to give staff the go forward, basically, with the idea that they use the balanced option from Monteith Brown as a framework to develop implementation plan to bring back to council to vote ahead of budget season this year. And it is at that point that we could get into sort of the individual discussions about what should be and shouldn't be moving forward with pools. Though I will say this motion does call for us to acknowledge that we need all three of splash pads, outdoor pools and indoor pools to have a fulsome and comprehensive aquatics strategy in the city. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Miller. Do you have a seconder for this?
Oh, I don't yet.
Councillor Phillips, hit you with that.
Great seconder.
Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To you, I'm going to support this motion, but I have an amendment to it that I submitted that I hope will be friendly if I can get it up, and then I can read it and hope that it's friendly. Thank you. So I'm going to read that. So what I'm suggesting is that we modify the first paragraph in red right above it by the items that I have put in red there. So I'm saying that council adopt a modified balanced strategic direction within the aquatics facility strategy for use as a framework to ensure the long-term operating sustainability of health of the city's aquatic system that renews and retains all three existing outdoor pools and recognizes that splash pads, outdoor pools, and indoor pools are all necessary elements of a comprehensive strategy. And if Councillor Miller will accept that as friendly, I will explain what I mean by this, or I don't know if I can speak to it first.
Okay, Councillor Miller, just in terms of, because there's wording in there that may change.
The only thing I'd like to clarify, I suppose, with staff before accepting as friendly, as sort of a point of order element. And if we pass this, staff's coming back with an implementation plan. It's not set in stone that theoretically we can pick apart and remove and add things to the implementation plan at that point. Is that correct?
I don't know. I'm looking for.
Well, to Phil, I guess, because to Kirsty, because we did discuss sort of what an implementation plan might look like, what it is.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely. When we come back to council, you'll have every opportunity to offer feedback, suggestions, and ask questions, or even challenge some of the ideas that we'll be bringing forward to you.
I will accept this as friendly with the hope for us that we do not end up getting into the weeds on this discussion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Miller. So, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to explain briefly that we, as Councilor Williamson and myself, have received countless emails and phone calls, but I think a lot of them have gone to all of council. And to me, it is very clear that the public does not want the outdoor pools closed. And there are a number of very good reasons why the public is saying they don't want them closed. One common theme seems to be that you can't learn how to swim in a splash pad, and splash pads are a lot of fun, and I agree we should have them everywhere, but there is no substitute for an outdoor pool. So I would like to make sure that our implementation plan is based on the assumption that all three of those pools will be renewed and retained. And of course, the implementation plan will address all the specifics of everything, recognizing, as Councilor Miller said, that all components are important, both splash pads, outdoor pools, and indoor pools. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Garcia. The only question to the city clerk would be if using the words renews and retains all three existing outdoor pools, if council and staff were to decide to replace a pool instead of renew it, is that trigger a reconsideration?
I would think maybe we should add the word there, just to be clear. Councillor Garcia.
Sure, I'm fine with that. I selected that language from the report that staff had, and that's why I used renews, but
it could trigger a reconsideration, and I think that's what Mayor Sendzik is alluding to.
So we're saying we would add the word
replace. Is that what I believe?
Yeah. That retains and replaces, or
So it's just leaving the consideration on the table, Councillor, that if there's a need to replace a pool because of its age, but it'll still be placed in a certain location in there, does that negate because it's renewed and retains?
Right. Okay, so I'm open to the wording. I think the key is that we want to, what I hope is that we can upgrade and make the pools accessible. And I think that's what staff meant.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Phillips, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is a very timely discussion given the fact it was 34 degrees today and the pools were probably full. So kudos to whoever put this on the agenda for today. Anyways, just a quick friendly amendment, I would hope, and it's an easy one, that the Recreation Master Plan Committee be advised of staff's decision prior to it coming to council.
Friendly, Councillor Miller. Friendly, thumbs up. Good.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Porter, you're up.
Thank you. I'm wondering if we could split out Councillor Garcia's amendment. The reason I'm not ready to discuss this without a full implementation plan from staff. So I haven't made a decision yet, and I'm not ready to say what needs to be retained. I have children and I use the pools constantly, and I am a parent who has been unable a lot of times to get swimming lessons for my kids in St. Catharines. They've been full. So I'm worried that nailing us down to this is going to hamper our ability to create another indoor pool that will be open all year, accessible to everybody regardless of their age and their ability. And I think this is really crucial for us right now, is to focus on the new indoor pool. So I would like to vote on this separately because I'm not ready without a further implementation plan from staff.
Okay, I'll need some help here from the clerk because I know it was friendly and accepted as part of the main motion. So I just need help from the clerk here.
You just want to, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Porter, you just want to vote on the first paragraph separate from the rest? Is that what you're asking?
Is that possible?
Yes.
Yes, it is, to split the motion.
Okay.
Just a point of order, just because 1 and 3 kind of interact with each other, I'm just to the clerk, is it possible to vote down 1? And I appreciate what Councilor Porter is saying for sure, and still pass paragraph 3 there, because I suppose what would that implement? We wouldn't be giving staff any direction on that. So I guess maybe that's to staff.
I would refer that to Director Christie. Would that make sense to you if 1 failed and 3 passed, or vice versa? Would that give you what you need to move forward?
Wasn't me.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it would be, we would need some sort of a framework to work with to develop an implementation plan. Clause 1 speaks to the balanced scenario, which does include the indoor pool as it's one of its top priorities. It would be, we wouldn't be able to give council a fulsome implementation plan without the framework.
Okay. Well, I guess cross that bridge when we get to it.
Okay. Councilor Porter?
I would like to see the implementation plan for all of this before we get nailed down to something. And I also think it hampers our ability to create a really fabulous outdoor pool, like Kingston has, like Thorold has with a slide and all of those amazing amenities. We will not be able to do that. And I think we need to have further discussions.
So how about, and I don't know if the movers open this, that council recommend a balanced, modified balanced strategic direction, and that the development of the implementation come back during the budget. So this way, we're not using the word adopt, it's recommend. And so this allows staff to go and work on the balanced strategic direction with an implementation plan, so that when it comes back, we can achieve what I think everyone's looking to do, is making sure we actually are using a balanced approach that includes funding formula and the implementation for it. Does that work, Councillor Miller and Porter?
Yes.
Yeah, that's why they pay the big bucks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I can't even find my Canadian Tire money. So, Councillor Porter and Councillor Garcia, I think you're the seconder on this, or no? Councillor Phillips is the seconder, please. Okay, he's got thumbs up. Okay.
Yeah, it's fine with me, sir.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to my ward mate for bringing this motion forward. I will support it. I just wanted to say that in the last few days, I've received a lot of emails from people. I asked for the emails and they sent them back. And the vast majority of people who did responded with the fact that they like the balanced approach. And obviously, nobody ever wants to close anything. But I think we need to look beyond just, are we closing? Are we opening? And what I wanted to talk about is that the enjoyment that people have had, the community feel of an outdoor pool, the necessity of an indoor pool that provides accessibility year round, all of these ideas are important to our community. Having amenities that are there for everyone all year round, that are accessible, that are up to standards. These are very important discussions to have. And I think that this is moving all of that forward. With the splash pads, a lot of people bring their small children to splash pads. They're very helpful for if you just want to get a little bit cooled down. Maybe you're watching a soccer match and your kids go over to the splash pad and they're able to do that. They're very well used and people really like them. And so that's a very important thing to do. And as we continue to implement splash pads throughout our community, that will just only allow more people to enjoy that. But with the splash pads, all of the important things about swimming and water safety were brought up, and lap swimming and lessons that are provided at our pools. And while we might say, well, we could just move all of that indoors, I think it's important to talk about the future. What is our community? We're making decisions now that are going to be for the next 20, 30, 40 years. When we're talking about our pools, we're looking at making this infrastructure for the next 40 years. And so when we're talking about having, 30,000 people coming, while we might have some lower numbers right now, investing in those pools as well as a new build indoor to provide the extra lessons and the extra programming and the year-round swimming. I think this is a really wise decision of council, and it's very important investment that we're making. Finally, I just want to mention that some people brought up the environmental considerations. I think today is a great example. It was very hot. It was, as Councillor Phillips mentioned, it was 30 degrees, but the humidex were over 40. we are going to be expecting to have these days, more of these warmer days. We have talked about our climate emergency, but also we can't stop it at our level, but we need to adapt to it. And I think that this strategy, splash pads, cooling off in pools, indoor, outdoor pools, this is all a part of that. And so another thing that people brought to my attention was when we get into the actual building and construction or retrofitting or what have you that we're doing, Councillor Porter's slide idea, we can look also at making these environmentally friendly. What are best practices that are being used, which are not currently available at any of our pools? So I just wanted to provide those comments and very grateful for the direction that we're headed in. I fully support this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Littleton and Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I fully support what's tabled in front of us. Appreciate the work that Councillor Miller's put into this, and Councillor Garcia and others. And I'm not going to ask for word changes, kind of just semantics, but one of the big themes of the aquatic strategy is about partnerships. The wording there says directed to seek partnerships, and it could just as easily be continue to seek partnerships, but I'm not going to. I think we understand that. And I think there's different partnerships sometimes than we necessarily think about. We're a city of 137,000, and we've got some neighboring municipalities who do not have indoor aquatic centers. Niagara Lake with a population of 18,000 or whatever they have, Thorold with 20,000. And I think we can work with them as well to provide aquatics programming. Obviously, they should be paying the fair share, but as a sort of a regional center, I think it behooves us to work with them. And the thing, and it's already been said, but I think it's important to emphasize, it's really a moral obligation in my way of thinking to try to do our best to teach kids to swim, to drown proof them as best as possible. The worst tragedy is to lose a loved one to a drowning, particularly an avoidable drowning. So I think it's really important that pools take the first priority for us, as opposed to the splash pads. They do have their place, but I think pools do have to be the priority. Indoor pools too. And when you're talking about climate change, we have extremes of climate, and indoor pools are capable of being used year round, whereas outdoor pools are just generally good for 2 months less the bad weather days. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson, and Councillor Miller, you're up.
Yeah, thanks. I was going to wait to speak last. Maybe I am. So I appreciate the colleagues' comments so far, so I can put my fire and brimstone speech aside, because it sounds like we're gonna pass this. I'll do my splash and sandstone speech maybe, but I think the key is that we can have these discussions about the future of pools. Port Dalhousie Pool is a great example that I think we're starting to acknowledge the need for the outdoor pools, but whether we renew it or whether we replace it, that's a big difference in the decision. And I think that's going to be the conversation we need to have when we see an implementation plan. And I'm sure it'll be a heated discussion then. I do want to ask staff, in these reports, there is the Lion Dunk Pool in Meriton is really heavily used. And I just wanted to ask about, there's historically been a program where the community pays for swimming, for free swims and access. Is that still happening now?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is still happening. A local business is providing a grant for recreational swimming. So yeah, that is still happening.
Is there a way, that either we as the politicians or we as the city can look to engage maybe businesses in the other parts to try to get the usage numbers up? The numbers are pretty good at all three pools, but it just it stands out obviously in Meriton. Is that something you think, does the city play a role in renewing that, or is it that the business, I believe it's the Meriton Community Pharmacy, sort of comes forward of their own volition?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can certainly make it part of our next steps as we implement our sponsorship strategy. We can certainly reach out, but we could use all the help we can get from the elected officials and from from all other stakeholders and throughout our communities.
I have the utmost faith in the sales ability of the 4 councillors in Port Dalhousie and St. Andrews. Yeah, I think the point's been made that these pools started as a place, the Lions Club's really got involved because kids were drowning in the lake and in the weir in the canal. And I think it's highlighted the importance. So I'm glad we're going with the cool off strategy, the accessible outside pools for recreation, and indoor pools are great for swimming lessons year round, but outdoor pools are where a lot of kids really practice swimming and learn how to swim. So looking forward to further debates at implementation. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. With that, I'll call on Dr. Phil Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to thank Council for the discussion this evening. I did just want to point out that when everything was shut down during COVID and the various stages of COVID, we know that recreation services and programs were not deemed as essential. However, throughout the closures and throughout the pandemic, we were in constant contact with our community, and the major theme was, when will you open back up? And as we approached the summer, the questions were piling on related to, when will the pools open? When will splash pads open? So we want to make sure that Council is aware that it was critical to the community coming back from COVID and from the shutdown. And we do see it as a critical service that we provide to the community. And we appreciate Council looking at splash pads, indoor and outdoor pools as required elements within our aquatic strategy. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Director Christie. No further questions. I'll look to the clerk to call the vote. Thank you, Councillor Miller, for bringing this forward, and to staff for all the work that you did.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Hardy, yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
Carried unanimously.
And so for all the people following and the media, there's no closing of outdoor pools. So there will be communications back to all the people who have sent in emails outlining the direction of Council today. So that's a good news story as we hit 40 degrees tomorrow. 3.4, Community Recreation Culture Services. I will call on Director Christie again to provide some introductory remarks as we move forward on the subject matter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, what Council has on the agenda is an update as to the work that has gone behind the scenes in trying to find alternative ways to keep the Walker YMCA operational at this stage. The YMCA of Niagara, the board of the YMCA of Niagara has informed us that they are in fact in negotiations with a potential buyer, and that through correspondence that Mayor and Council received on July 15th, that it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks until they can provide the community with an update. What you have before you are some options that were discussed between the city, YMCA, and the Save the YMCA group, and a couple of ideas that the group as a collective felt was worth discussing. But as I've mentioned, it's our belief that we do need to give the YMCA the opportunity to see that process through. But I'm happy to take any questions if there are any. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Williamson, you disappeared off my screen. Oh, there you are. Sorry. You do have, Councillor Williamson has sent in an amendment, so I just want to get that on the floor. Councillor Williams can speak to it. That is like the smallest script I've ever seen. I can't read that. Did you send it in like that, Councilor?
No, there we go. And it's red. Lovely. Thank you to Director Christie. What do we got? That the report CRS CS-129-2021 regarding Walker YMCA update received for information purposes. And that Mayor Senzik, on behalf of the City Council, immediately advised the YMCA Board and CEO Stephen Chung of the City of St. Catharines, CEO Chung is from the Y, of the City of St. Catharines' serious interest in investing in the Walker Family YMCA to keep it open to serve the public, and the staff provide council with a report detailing alternatives, either through a partnership involving joint ownership or an operating grant. If these are not workable, then to provide an estimate of an offer to purchase the facility. And that's moved forthwith, as Director Christie has stated, they're in a process, but I'm not willing to give up quite yet. And I don't think council is. There's been 2 unanimous motions passed to try and work out some kind of a partnership with the YMCA of Niagara to keep this invaluable building paid for by local citizens, which contains some key recreational assets, which we need: a gym, a fully accessible indoor pool with some interesting water features, by the way, that it has. It's got a splash pad. I won't go into all the details, but we know that these amenities don't come cheap. And the estimate in the aquatics strategy is $20 million to replace a simple aquatic facility. And it's identified as a need, of course. But if we were to replace this facility from new, we're probably looking at somewhere in the $50 million plus ballpark. There may be some elements of it that need to be rejigged or whatever, but it's still on a 4.5 acre site, 253 spots at the GO Transit terminal and a local transit hub as well. And reference has been made tonight to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. We have passed the climate change agreement, and the ecological footprint calculation of losing all the energy and resources that went into building this, only to turn around and have to reconstruct another one, would be an awful environmental legacy, on top of potentially losing a high quality facility that serves a diverse population. So I think it's imperative we make every attempt to try and turn this into a good news story and take advantage of what could be potentially a significant opportunity to keep an indoor facility open. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Thank you.
All right, need a seconder?
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Dodge, okay. Councilor Littleton, and then Councilor Kushner.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to defer this until after the YMCA returns its information to us, as noted by the board of directors of the YMCA.
All right. Okay, there's motion to defer until the decision is made. All right, is there an appetite of council for the deferral?
Mr. Mayor, can I ask for a recorded vote on that, please?
Yeah, okay, a recorded vote.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Williamson.
No.
On the deferral.
No.
Councillor Townsend on the deferral.
No.
Councillor Sorrento. Councillor Sorrento. Councillor Cisco.
No.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
No.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
No.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
No.
Councillor Dodge.
No.
Mayor Senzik.
No.
So the deferral lost.
Okay, Councilor Kushner, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We received correspondence from our liaison person between the city and the Y, and he indicates in the correspondence that the asking price for the Y is $12 million. Is that new information, or is that information we've had?
Director Christie.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do not have that information because we were not instructed to engage the YMCA in a potential sale. So we did not go through the sale process through the listing agent.
But when they advertised, did they not have an asking price?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I am not aware of one. I'm sure that there was, Councillor, but because we weren't part of the process, I am not aware of it.
Okay, because I would find it very interesting if that price is correct, even though a new facility, a new aquatic facility is supposedly in South St. Catharines, it would not, which I do want, of course, but it would not make sense to build a new one at 20, 30 million when their asking price is 10, 12 million dollars. And I would have liked to have seen us get the information and do a comparative analysis of operating the Y versus building a new facility and operating it, because that's a proven facility and it can certainly be repurposed. We did that with Glenridge School. We repurposed that property, and the recreational component of it. And I'm sure with the committee, we could do the same with the Y. And therefore, I'm fully supportive of the recommendation before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to follow up on what Councillor Kushner just said. I am always careful with taxpayers' money, but when you compare what it could cost us to build a new indoor pool and the fact that the aquatic strategy recommends that we have one, to me, it's a no-brainer that we should at least have this discussion. And so I would strongly recommend and support this recommendation. And I would just ask if Councillor Williamson would consider it friendly, that we also add, given the fact that the Y is currently in discussions about this with a potential buyer, that this staff report come back to council for the August 30th meeting.
I definitely accept that. And also just a point of information, the $12 million is in the Collier's highlight package online that's publicly available, and that assessed value is just the impact number from what I understand. Assessed value 2021 11.997 000.
Okay, Councillor Harris. Thank you, Councillor Garcia.
I'm good.
All right, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For you, if that is the correct price that was listed, I mean, that seems rather low for the facility, but you look at some of the aging facilities across the city, whether it be the community, some of the community centers we have, and you look at what could be offered at this facility. If that is the price that they're, which I don't believe it would be, the going rate for that facility, then I would be in full support of finding that information out. I'm hoping that obviously when it does come back to council, if that detail can be included, because I was surprised to hear the 10 to 12 million mark. So if that can be included in that report, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Sorrento.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to our staff, either CAO Oakes or Director Christie. First of all, in this process, given how far along the process is with the board and prospective buyers, do you even have time to go in and make a bid on this at this point in time?
I'll start, kick it over to Director Christie if he has anything else to add. What was included in the correspondence from the YMCA board was that they're in a due diligence process right now with a proponent. So that process is happening. It's moving forward. If we were to to approach the board, it would be sort of in parallel to that process. But we would, and we're still in discussions with the Y on the bigger partnership question. But they do have, and they've been clear in their messaging to staff that they are in this due diligence period. I don't know if Director Christie, if you have anything additional to that.
Thank you, CAO Oakes. And through you, Mr. Mayor, the only thing I'll add is the number that's been mentioned here a few times, the $12 million is the assessed value. It's not the listed price for the property. It's just an assessed value.
Mr. Mayor, through you to any of our staff, where would we find the money? Should this be should this come to fruition? And usually I'm surprised this was not referred to the Budget Standing Committee, given the size of, and I'm with Councillor Townsend. I don't think that building's $11 million. And I think it's probably double that. However, usually this would go to the Budget Standing Committee to get vetted and, to be hashed out there. Are you going to have time to do a fulsome report on this, Director Christie and CAO Oakes, to let us know exactly what it's going to cost? Because I don't think there's just a purchase price for this. There's probably operational costs or capital costs. And I would definitely go over a brand new build for a pool that we know is brand new, than buy a building that's, I believe, I don't know if it's 25 years old or 30 years old, or getting pretty, it's got mileage on it. So it's not going to be cheap. So are you even going to have the time to give us, a detailed report to see what the total cost of this would be, the operational costs, the capital costs, where the money's going to come from, the timelines, the whole 9 yards. So.
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor. So the motion in front of us, as I'm reading it right now, is to provide information regarding a joint ownership or an operating grant. So if the motion is to include operating costs, I would say that it would be very difficult for us to provide our best estimates. The building is unlike any other building that we operate. It has various levels of programming that is involved. We'd need to come to a decision as to what kind of assumptions that council would be asking staff to make. For example, would we operate it like a YMCA operation, or would we operate it like a municipal building? So very major differences there, significant differences there. And that would impact, obviously, our operating costs. So not sure if that answers your question, Councillor, but go ahead.
Sorry, Director. Go ahead. Were you finished?
Yeah, go ahead.
It does. And just for a point of clarification, can we find out from the mover if it doesn't include operation costs? Because I think this is crucial, Mr. Mayor. This is like I'm stunned. I understand that.
Well,
it
does say in the motion operating grant, so there will have to be some kind of evaluation on what the operating cost would be specifically. So there is an intention there to at least look at the operating.
Okay, so this is just a final question, Mr. Mayor, to Director Christie or CAO Oakes. Are you going to be able to come to us by August the 30th and give us all of the information that we need at that time with regard to expenditures and total costs and contingency plans and capital costs and the like, Director or CAO Oakes?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we'll make every effort to make that date.
Just in addition to that,
okay,
Mr. Mayor, there are, as I had mentioned, there are some issues that we would have to sort through in the discussions to get to a 30th. So if anything, the report would be walked on to the agenda, wouldn't be ready for the 30th because our staff meeting's on Wednesday. But it also would, some of the discussions on the operating grant have already been had to a certain extent, but a lot of this is At the same point, subject to whatever that due diligence period that the YMCA is with the proponent. So they would be more estimates than anything at this stage, I would think.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to our staff. This is very unfair to staff, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say that right now. This walked on last minute stuff, given how far everything is in the process, Mr. Mayor, given the fact that this could end up costing us tens of millions of dollars, probably a lot more than that. You know, I'm having a real hard time with this. You know, I'm having a hard time, and well, I'll just cast my vote. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harris.
Just so I'm clear, Mr. Mayor, this is just for you to reach out to them to say we have some sort of interest in perhaps being a partner or operating. So we're not really committing any money. We're just looking into it. And realistically, if the Y is already involved into some sort of negotiation, they have an offer sheet signed, we're probably not going to get anywhere. It's just to put us on the radar for the mayor to reach out. And then if things fall through, maybe we might have a kick at the can. So we're not spending any money. We're not going to like lose any money in this. This is just the mayor sending a letter. So that's all I had to say.
Thank you, Councillor.
Mr. Mayor, just a clarification, Mr. Mayor. It says in the first paragraph, interest in investing, i.e. dollars, I presume, in the Walker Family YMCA to keep it open.
Yeah. So we're interested in investing.
That's a little more than
is that committing? Is that committing money?
I don't know. Okay.
I don't know. You tell me, Councillor Sorrento.
No
is that what it's doing?
Debates. No debates. No debates. No debates. So okay, Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am wondering if it is possible for staff to come back or actually maybe ask the YMCA if they've done some sort of accessibility audit on the property. I'm not going to ask staff to do it, but maybe the Y has already done some kind of accessibility audit of their facility, because I would imagine if we were to entertain taking it over, we have requirements under AODA legislation to procure an accessible building, or if it's not accessible, to make it an accessible building, and there would be some associated costs with that. So I think that needs to be part of the discussion. So I wonder if it could be a friendly amendment to ask the YMCA if they have done an accessibility audit and if that could be provided to council.
Take that as directions to staff, just because that's a simple inquiry. What is their compliance around AODA, and do they have any reporting on it? So that could be something that they should be able to provide. Councillor Kushner.
Yes, the question I have, Mr. Mayor, is that it seems that the second red paragraph is the controversial one, and could we vote on them separately?
Yes, Councillor, you can do. You can separate the vote.
Yes, I would ask for that to be done.
Okay, so that'll be a clerk note. Councillor Williamson, this is the second time speaking, so if you can just.
Well, I just want to respond and clarify. The Y announced their closing, I think it was in early March. We've had 2 unanimous motions passed to collaborate with them. So this is no last minute surprise. This has been a process, and we've reached out and tried to form this partnership. So I just want to clarify that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Okay. The only thing I need council to understand is that mayor, on behalf of City Council, I do think that CAO Oaks should be playing a role here. And so I just want to be respectful of the position of the CAO. So it should be CAO and CAO Chang working. So I will advise, if this passes, I will advise the Y board chair and copy the CAO and the CEO, and then they are the ones that should go away with the more of the details. I just trying to respect the lines of authority here. Okay. Okay. Just so that the public doesn't think I'm the one negotiating. I'm a terrible negotiator. Trust me on that one. Okay. So split the motion. How do you want to do this? To the clerk, how do you want to do it? Which one do you want to do first?
Do the first paragraph first through you, Mr. Mayor. First
Sure.
paragraph.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So on the first paragraph, Councillor Dodge.
No, just wait. You've only got, can we highlight that one and the next one, please?
Okay.
We're not going to do 3 votes. Let's do the,
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. The first paragraph and then the last 2. Or first 2 paragraphs. Evan,
okay,
to
I'm
receive.
confused. Okay.
Evan, to receive. The first part is to receive, you see, and then the second, highlight the second one. Okay, but okay, go ahead. Okay,
Can we stop here?
okay, yeah,
So I want the first sentence highlighted, and then the next one that starts with that Mayor Senzik on behalf of, I want, those are the 2 that will be voted on first.
and that's what I meant, Evan.
And the next
Thank you. That's correct.
So just for council, just so
Yeah.
they know what they're voting on. There you go.
Perfect. That's the one.
Thank you,
Evan. Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Littleton,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips. Councillor Phillips,
Yes, sorry.
Councillor Porter,
Yes.
Councillor Cisco,
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento,
I'm abstaining.
Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
Yes.
Mayor Senzik,
Yes.
and that's carried. On the
So
next,
Councillor Kushner, so is it the next 2 paragraphs that you want together?
Yes.
Okay.
okay. That's correct. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Williamson,
Yes.
Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento,
Abstain.
Councillor Cisco,
Yes.
Councillor Porter,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
Councillor Littleton,
Yes.
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
and Mayor Senzik,
Yes.
and that's carried.
All right, so we got some work ahead of us, folks. We'll try and get through that as quickly as possible. I just want to say publicly that Director Christie has a ton on his plate, and he is doing this work as well. So I just want council to be respectful of the fact that Director Christie is doing a lot of the work here. And so if there are questions, Director Christie and CIO Oaks, please go to them immediately. They should have all the information. Okay. We're moving on to what I think is probably the singularly most entertaining and exciting report that's on the agenda, 3.6. It is the proposed new procedural bylaw. It is some of the best reading I've done in 6 years on council. It's descriptive, it's dramatic. They could turn it into a short story or a short film, either or. It would be overwhelmingly well received. So I'm going to turn it over to the clerk, who will talk about the importance of this document and then introduce the star writer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to council, the draft procedure bylaw before you this evening is intended to improve the public's understanding of council's procedures. This was done by making accessibility a prime consideration, by asking council this evening to allow through its procedures our ability to host electronic meetings, to simplify where possible our terminology. As well, staff are asking that going forward, staff prepare one meeting agenda for City Council by eliminating the general committee that has caused confusion for many in our community for a long time. Staff also took this opportunity to clarify our existing rules and seek out efficiencies by using municipal best practices and applying our own experience to date as a guiding principle. I would be proud to present this new bylaw to other municipalities as a gold standard. Finally, I want to take this opportunity to thank Kristen Sullivan for her excellent work on this report, draft bylaw, and its appendices. Kristen's attention to details and evening quizzes throughout the process were greatly appreciated. Thank you, and I'll turn it over to Kristen to answer some of your questions.
All right, so we've got a couple hands up. We'll go to Councillor Cisco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just very briefly, I wanted to commend clerk staff. I think that this is very much a more clear, streamlined document. And I also appreciate the move to the single meeting. I think that's going to help residents specifically. It's one of the frustrations I've heard from residents when they're told that an issue will be on the agenda and they look at the council agenda, don't realize they have to look at the general agenda. And so they don't see it. And this is just one of those small frustrations and annoyances that I think makes it harder for the public to be able to be a part of what we do at council. And so in aiding in the transparency of council, I think this procedure bylaw goes a long way. And again, my congratulations to Ms. Sullivan and Ms. Dunk and the entire clerk staff, because I think it is a major improvement.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dodge, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one quick question. So in the report, they're saying that you're going to go from being the mayor to the chair. What is the reason behind that? Like, call me old fashioned, but I kind of respect the fact that you're the mayor. And when I think of chair, it's kind of like, you know, we have the chair committees and stuff like that, where I still feel that, you know, you should be the mayor as a head of this organization sort of thing. So I'm just wondering what the purpose was of changing you from the chair to from the mayor to the chair.
Through the mayor. So the term mayor is still in the procedure bylaw. The role of the mayor is unchanged. He still has the same authority, still called the mayor during the meeting. However, where we change the terminology is where the role is to preside over the meeting. We specify that the role relates to the person who is acting as the chair, whether that be the mayor or another member of council. Just so that there's no confusion as to on, for example, budget standing committee, where the mayor is a member and Councillor Cisco is the chair, who gets to decide on things like a point of order? Because the procedures before would say the mayor decides. We all assumed it was intended to be the chair, but if you were to read the rules strictly speaking, there is nothing in the bylaw that clearly aligns the fact that the chair is playing the role of the mayor in a committee meeting, and that the mayor in his role as mayor is really chairing council.
Okay.
You're taking more power away from the mayor. Power I didn't know I had.
And they won't pay you the big bucks anymore.
All right, thank you, Councillor Dodge. Councillor Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to commend the Deputy Clerk for her work on this document. I will echo my colleague, Councillor Cisco, by saying having the one agenda, this is going to be very helpful for members of the public. And I think another matter that I just want to thank you for is, sorry, my cat's jumped down here, is that also talking about requiring motions to be submitted 11 days prior to the council meeting. This is very important because I know myself, it's very important, and I know a lot of my colleagues feel the same way, that having input from residents is important. And so having these motions, now that they must be in ahead of time, they're going to be published and they're not going to be coming at the last minute or reports or anything like that. And I think that just helps with the process, just helps with all of us being more prepared. It helps with people being able to come and talk to us about matters to them, like what matters to them. And I'm just very appreciative of this. And also with the sister report that was in our consent agenda, I just want to quickly thank you for your discussion about electronic participation moving forward. So just thank you for that, because it does allow more people to participate, and it does allow for greater understanding and more diverse voices that we're going to hear. So thank you for all of this.
Well said, Councillor. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I also wanted to thank the Deputy Clerk for great work. And I just have one quick question on the amended version regarding deputy mayors, B3. I just want to make clear, B31 specifically says that each member shall be appointed to serve as deputy mayor for 1 month of each full calendar year unless otherwise approved by resolution of council. So does that mean that we could potentially have a motion or a resolution to change that without getting in trouble with the procedural bylaw? That's the way I read it. Like I'm not particularly sold on this monthly deputy mayors. I think it doesn't give anybody the time to really get into the role and learn how to work with staff and what's going on. So am I clear? Am I understanding that we could potentially make a motion to change that then?
Through the mayor, correct. It would be a suspension of the rules, so it would require a 2/3 vote to appoint a councillor to be a deputy mayor for more than 1 month. However, keeping in mind that for this term of council did approve a motion specifically saying that each mayor shall, or each councillor shall serve as 1 month per year. So if you were to change, if you wanted to make a difference or change that this year, it would also be a motion to reconsider your previous decision. So for the 2022 to 2026 term of council, yes, a 2/3 vote would be required just to acknowledge that we're going to appoint this councillor for X number of months, notwithstanding what the procedures say.
Thank you.
No further questions. And I just want to thank Deputy City Clerk Sullivan. And I will say we have arguably the best clerk in all of Ontario in Bonnie. And she laughs, but she has almost 30 years experience. And so what we're benefiting by is that by having Kristen work with Bonnie on these important files, you're also getting a transference of knowledge that when Bonnie decides to do whatever she's going to do, we'll have a team that she's helped gain a considerable amount of experience. So Kristen being able to undertake this job, this update really does inform Kristen's ability to do her job moving forward, and at the same time allows Bonnie the confidence to know that she's really doing what succession plan looks like when you're working at the city level. So I just want to say, Bonnie, thank you to your leadership, and Kristen, amazing work. A lot of granular detail. And I know council went through this and really learned from it. I'm looking forward to seeing how this all comes to life as council proceeds forward. But I think we have a very strong procedural document moving forward. So kudos to that. Okay. We'll now call the question. We have a motion by Councillor Cisco, seconded by Councillor Littleton. And as this is procedural, call the question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. May I first say thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. Councillor Garcia.
Yes, may I just say that the clerk started work as a clerk at 18, Mr. Mayor.
Good one. Good one.
Thank you for that. That's true. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Kristen. Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Bravo, thank you. And my vote is yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Senzik.
Yes.
Thank you for your support. It's carried unanimously.
Well done. Okay, we've got a couple of things before we can move out of here. Motion to ratify forthwith recommendations that council adopt these items. Those items approved forthwith by general committee on Monday, August 9th, 2021. And if I can have a mover to ratify forthwith, Councillor Cisco, seconded by Councillor Miller. All in favor? That's carried. Now we have motions, speed limits, and I'm going to turn it over to Councillor Porter, who did a notice of motion, put this on the agenda, and is ready to speak to it. Councillor, you're up and going.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the biggest complaints I receive in my ward relates to road safety and speed. And during the pandemic, it's been noted that more people are getting out on the street, more people are cycling, but driving is actually getting worse. And we've seen a couple of recent serious accidents involving cyclists and pedestrians in the region. And we've been talking to staff, Councillor Cisco and I, about speed limits. There's a very successful pilot project. I think it's successful anyways in Port Dalhousie. And through doing lots of research and following what cities across the world have been doing recently related to road safety, speed limits are going down everywhere, in not just in North America, but across Europe, Seattle, Portland, even the city of Edmonton, Toronto, major cities, small cities. And staff will be coming back with a report in a few months related to speed limits in the city of St. Catharines, because the province has allowed municipalities to set their own speed limits, but staff in conversation with us said, so this idea came from them. They said, what would be better is if the province actually set a lower speed limit across the board. And it says my internet is unstable. Can anyone still hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. They said it would be better if the province actually reduced the speed limit across the board. So, it wouldn't matter if you're in South Porcupine or Thorold or St. Catharines. There would be no confusion because the speed limit on a local road would be 40 kilometers. There's no reason for the speed limit to be 50 kilometers on most local roads in St. Catharines. It's really quite ludicrous. I'm not going to read all my whereas motion or parts of the motion, because you can see there's been lots of statistics on fatalities as you increase speed. And I believe this is the way the world's going. So this motion simply asks the province to take a Vision Zero approach and to take a look at the Highway Traffic Act and consider reducing the speed limit to 40 kilometers an hour. This would be doing what every major city and a lot of small cities around the world are doing. It's just a request to the province. And I would like to see this happen on a provincial level so that we wouldn't have to do it at a city level. And doing it this way, if the province were to adopt this, I actually think it would save the municipality money. If we were to go with a staff report of lowering the speed limit, it will cost the municipality money. I believe if the province were to implement this, there would be some funding to help municipalities reduce the speed limits. And I think it would be an overall benefit.
All right, thank you, Councillor, for this. Bringing it forward. Councillor Kushner, you got a hand up. Now that you got your car back.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't speed in that car. It doesn't have the motor to do so, but thank you for your consideration. I spent the weekend in Ottawa, and many of their streets have bollards in the middle of the street, and the bollards indicate that the speed is 40 miles per hour. And as Councillor Porter was speaking, I sent everybody a picture of the bollards, and I've talked to the residents and they find them very effective. So I think we're long overdue with taking some of the measures to control speed on our streets. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. And Councillor Sorrento.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I only have one concern with this. I do agree with most of this. However, when we're talking about an arterial road, Mr. Mayor, the traffic has to move along. And I understand absolutely in the neighborhood areas, the side streets, I have no problem with this. And in fact, if memory serves, Mr. Mayor, did not you and Councillor Garcia last term mentioned something, we're doing pilot projects that reduce speeds in various neighborhoods?
Yeah, there's a pilot underway in Port Dalhousie.
Okay, so here's my only concern. I agree with this. I think it's the right thing. However, being a large city, having a lot of arterial roads, I don't think 40 kilometers an hour is going to cut it. Here's my other concern, Mr. Mayor. My other concern, Mr. Mayor, is this, that even if we put up signs and we have signs everywhere, slow down, slow down, slow down, are people still actually going to slow down? The answer is no, they're not going to, because they're not doing it now. So I would only ask one thing. If we can split up, well, I'll see if I can make I don't know if Councillor Porter will consider this friendly or not, but if I'd like to make an amendment that the vehicular speed be reduced to 40 kilometers an hour with the exception of the arterial roads.
Councillor Sorrento, I think local roads, it's a little bit separate from arterial roads. Right. So, and this is just going to the province where we will be entertaining speed limits locally in the city in a couple months. There will be a staff report. This is asking the province, and there's a difference between a local road and an arterial road.
Okay.
So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's necessary.
Well, then, very good. Thanks for that clarification. And so then through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director Martuccio, is that correct? Not that I doubt you, Councillor Porter. Not that. So to you,
I'm not an engineer, so you should ask the.
Yeah, I need to ask them. I need clarification because I know in the act that there is no difference among all the roads. So this is why I'm asking for clarification. So Director Martuccio, the local roads, is that different than an arterial road, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Sorrento, you're correct. The act does not identify the types of roads. However, it does say in built-up areas, and generally this type of a motion is only utilized on local roads or some residential collector roads. It is not generally intended for arterial roads where the intent is to move goods and services. So.
Okay, very good. I can live with this. Thank you very much. Thank you to Councillor Porter, to you, Director, and to you, Mr. Mayor. I'll support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sorrento, Councillor Cisco, and then Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just building off of the questions that Councillor Sorrento was asking, because I think it's valid, but to Director Martuccio through you, Mr. Mayor, would it not be correct that generally we sign arterial roads where residential roads may not be signed, and that's why there's a statutory speed limit?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. The reason that I think Councillor Porter is putting the motion forward is that currently the act requires that if we are going to reduce speed limits on local roads, that they need to be signed going in and coming out, so that the speed limits are known on those streets where currently there may not be speed limit signs there.
No, and I appreciate the clarification, and I'm glad Councillor Sorrento brought it up because it's a very good point. And arterial roads obviously have a different function from residential roads, and the purpose originally in making this motion, in the conversations Councillor Porter and I had with transportation staff, was simply that we would have to go through and sign for the first time a lot of residential roads, unless the province were to make this change, in which case we have a statutory speed limit, which is set at the limit we want. But as I said, I appreciate Councillor Sorrento bringing forward that because it's important to recognize there's a difference. I will just say, I think all of us have encountered dealing with residents who are frustrated about the speeds on their streets. And I know when you witness a vehicle traveling at the statutory speed limit of 50 kilometers an hour down a residential street, it can seem much faster than what you realize. It doesn't feel like 50 kilometers an hour when you're in the middle of a neighborhood. It feels significantly faster than that and significantly less safe. So I think the province making this change is a good one. It would make the cost of implementing lower speed limits in our neighborhoods significantly less. And I think that's all the reason in the world for the province to move forward with it. So that's why I'm seconding it, and that's why I would urge all my colleagues to move this forward.
Thank you, Councillor Cisco. Councillor Townsend for the wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Porter and Councillor Cisco for bringing this forward. My question is, we looked at this back in 2019. We were looking at dropping the speed limits in residential neighborhoods. The answer we did get back from staff is that they encouraged us to wait until the pilot project in Port Louis was completed. I'm just wondering, through you to Director Martuccio, when is that pilot project in Port Louis set to finish, and when will council be getting the results of this pilot project back?
So that pilot project, I believe, hasn't been completed. We are also issuing a pilot project for other traffic calming measures throughout the city. The intent is to combine all of the traffic calming measures that we've piloted into one report. And our current goal is to have that report come back in Q4 of 2021.
Okay, thank you for that. And again, thank you to Councillors Porter and Cisco for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. And that seems to be it for questions of the motion. Thank you, Councillor Porter, for bringing this forward, and we'll call the question, go to the clerk for a roll call.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Still laughing at Councillor Miller, yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
And Mayor Senzik.
Yes.
Carried unanimously.
Okay, there's no calls to notice of motion, no report requests unless I see a hand up. I don't see a hand up. ABCs, we have a motion that council receive and file the minutes of the advisory committees of council as presented. And I'll look to Councillor Kushner for that, and then Councillor just approving it. Councillor Harris, you want to second that? Councillor Miller, you got your hand up?
Yeah, I just had a question, and it's more, I guess, procedural, maybe just for the public's edification or my own. We had at the Anti-Racism Committee brought a motion for it. It doesn't really matter what it is right now. Passes it, it goes to social sustainability pillar. It got referred. Now both minutes are on our agenda. So can staff just touch on how those interact with each other, I suppose?
I'll look to the clerk, I think.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the minutes go to the social sustainability pillar, and as you know, but the motions that come out of there are voted on by the social sustainability pillar, and we pull them out of the minutes in case council misses them if there's direction for staff, and that's how the direction for staff comes before you in the motion.
So passing both those minutes tonight, they don't contradict each other or anything like this?
I don't believe so. Is there?
Okay.
No, not
Okay.
at all. There's nothing
Okay.
on there that would.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, all in favor of the ABCs? Show of hands. Any opposed? Okay, carried. We have now a social sustainability pillar meeting minutes from July 22nd, 2021. That the Social Sustainability Committee, it's right in front of us. Really, it's to amend the bylaw 2007-259 to address public nuisances, that under section 22 prohibitions be added. No person shall in a public place unnecessarily interfere with another person's use and enjoyment of the public place by using abusive or insulting language as a personal invective. And that is for a report to come back from staff just to see how that's going to affect the community spaces. Councillor Townsend?
Yeah, just quickly, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Can we include aggressive behavior in there? And the reason I'm including that is because we have seen what some of the security and the city staff have been dealing with at our beaches. Is that something that we can include kind of in the ask around the guidelines of this bylaw?
Okay, so that would be an amendment. If you want to move the motion, Councillor, you can make the amendment. So it's moved by Councillor Townsend, who's going to include aggressive behavior as part of the report back from city staff. Okay, seconder for the report, Councillor Phillips. Okay, this is just a report request, so all in favor? Okay, that was appreciated. Just want to touch on the Anti-Racism Committee. They do have two motions, one dealing with the Truth and Reconciliation report, and the other one dealing with from the National Muslim Association, and I may have gotten the correct term right. Just for councils, we are working with the Niagara Region Native Center on the Truth and Reconciliation part of it, and staff's working closely with them. I have been working with the leaders of the mosque as related to the 69 recommendations that came out of the National Organization for Muslims in Canada. And what I've asked is that a member of that national organization come to council and present their recommendations. So present what the recommendations mean and what does it mean to lower tier municipalities. So I've been working with the leadership team at the mosque to achieve that end. And at that point, I think then the anti-racism committee, their direction that they're looking for can blend together with what we're going to hear from the National Association. So we're taking these steps. Some are concurrently, some are working in a bit of a, some are a little bit further advanced than the others. So you may see from the Anti-Racism Committee some direction, but we are working on those two files as well. So you're going to see a lot of alignment come together in the next couple of months. So I want to say to provide some clarity on that. We now move into the reading of the bylaws, that the bylaws listed in the council agenda A through J be read a first time, considered, passed, and that they be signed and executed by the mayor and city clerk. And I need a motion for that. I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Littleton, Councillor Porter, and look to the clerk for a recorded vote on the bylaws.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris. Councillor Harris.
Who doesn't seem to be on anymore.
Okay. Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, for the adjournment, who is the farthest person from this council meeting today?
It must be me.
Councillor Dodge has her hand up. Okay. So I'll go with Councillor Porter and Councillor Dodge to adjourn the meeting. They're both closest to a body of water. That's how everyone's thinking, because Councillor Garcia may be close.
Like, Councillor Harris isn't even here. Shouldn't he count? I mean, Councillor Porter's here.
I'm 2 blocks from
Like Schrodinger's cat.
Mr. Mayor, no meeting on Wednesday, right? We need
No
a
meeting on
motion.
Wednesday, folks. Thank you very much for getting through all this. Greatly appreciate it. A lot of great stuff here. You guys
Take
are
care,
amazing.
everybody.
All in
Bye-bye.